Dear guests, we're starting our panel discussion titled Parliaments in a Fragmenting World, Safeguarding Democracy and Navigating Geopolitical Change. And let me introduce our moderator, Gayane Abrahamian, President for Equal Rights Educational Center, Armenia. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, it's a great honor for me to moderate this panel and to be joined with this such great, distinguished parliamentarians and political leaders. Thank you very much for joining us today. So our discussion is about parliamentary dimension. We are living through a period where geopolitics divisions are deepening, democratic institutions are under pressure, war has returned to Europe or has been closed. Disinformation travels faster than truth, and trust in democratic institutions is no longer guaranteed. It must be earned constantly. In this environment, parliaments are no longer just legislative bodies. They are becoming the frontline institutions tasked with defending democratic legitimacy itself. So each of our speakers brings not only institutional authority, but also lived political, huge experience from very different national contexts, yet all united by shared responsibility, safeguarding democracy in increasingly complex times. So before starting, I would ask you to have your answers within 3 minutes per question. And sorry, I will gently interrupt or intervene just in order to keep the fairness. Mr. McConnell, Lord McConnell, let me start with you. Drawing on your experience, both as First Minister of Scotland, being part of the political generation that helped shape a new parliamentary system in Scotland, and as the UK's special representative for peacekeeping, peace building, how do you see the role of parliaments today in this increasingly conflict-affected and polarized world? And what practical steps can parliamentarians take to contribute to peace, stability, trust building across societies and across nationwide? Thank you.
Okay, this is a huge question with many different aspects. I'll try and focus on what is maybe the most important. I think if we agree that democracy is absolutely essential and we are in a fight to defend, and in many cases improve democracy against those who prefer destabilisation and conflict, then we have to see parliaments as a key element within that, obviously. And therefore, we have to ensure that our parliaments are strong and inclusive and protected from abuse, but also that they play a fundamental role in all of the post-conflict environments that will arise through this era. And in the UK, we were very lucky in many ways. In Scotland, we were very lucky, at least in being able to create a parliament through a peaceful process that was inclusive, and through all the turbulence of the last 25 years has been stable and representative. In Northern Ireland, we had a very different situation where the Parliament and the Assembly arose out of a conflict, but again was able to include the two sides in that conflict, and therefore has been able to maintain a peace over the last 25 years. So I think parliaments are fundamental in the defence of democracy, but they are also a fundamental tool for resolving conflict and for ensuring that the post-conflict environment is stable and representative. And we need to see this discussion, I think, in both of those contexts, given the increase in conflict around the world that we've seen over the last 5 years.
Thank you so much, Honorable McConnell. Honorable Mr. Coletian, if I may turn to you. While we are discussing here the evolving role of parliaments, actually in your country, just yesterday, currently the country is going through the very vivid example of parliamentary power in action. With the recent no confidence vote leading to the government's collapse. At the same time, Romania has faced other serious democratic challenges, including cancellation of presidential elections amid concerns over external interference. Actually, the issue which nowadays are in Armenia's political landscape debate, the same issues and the same threats actually. How do you define the line between protecting democracy and protecting democracy, ensuring security, while at the same time not undermining democratic values and not undermining democracy itself?
Thank you so much. It's an important question, and I thank you for raising this question. I will start by mentioning the fact that in our case, in the case of Romania, we have defined early 90s the fundamental strategic goals of the country. And it was a very serious discussion within the Romanian society at the political level, different other levels representing the civil society, trade unions, different other social actors. And it was a bipartisan conclusion, a unique conclusion that EU and NATO are the two fundamental goals of Romania, and we didn't change things then. This is why we reached that bipartisan approach within the parliament during the years, during the process of negotiation for the accession to both NATO and EU. We have started with NATO. We assured the national security of the country, and then immediately after that we fulfilled and we succeeded to join the EU. So through the years we succeeded to have within the parliament the same attitude on the big issues, not on some other issues, because it's a democracy, a vivid democracy, and you have mentioned the motion of unconfidence that have been adopted yesterday. I will mention you in very clear terms that we'll continue on the same line. After this motion of unconfidence, there will be a pro-European and Euro-Atlantic attitude, because both our European identity and the connection, the strategic partnership with the United States are key pillars for Romania. So when serving these fundamental goals and working with the Romanian society is not so complicated to try to deliver on one side good governance with the constant economic growth. I can mention you what was the economic performance of Romania during the years, and in the same time to keep the contact and to engage the Romanian society in supporting this European and Euro-Atlantic identity. Of course, the transition process was not very easy. Several challenges. Now we need to face different type of challenges with the disinformation and manipulation process coming from the East, from Russia. Also in the context of the war, crime of aggression committed against Ukraine, with the drones crossing from time to time the Romanian-Ukrainian border, hitting different targets in Romanian land, which is against the international law, with challenges against the Republic of Moldova, and we are very solidar with our brothers from the other side of the river, and of course strongly supporting Ukraine, but we can manage, and we have the democratic tools also together with our Euro-Atlantic and European partners to manage these challenges. The Parliament is playing a key role in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And continuing to this note, Mr. Makisha, Ukraine is at the forefront of defending democracy and sovereignty, and actually you're doing not only for Ukraine, you're doing for all of us, and we're grateful for you, to you. As a member of parliament working under full-scale war conditions, how do you balance the urgency of crisis management with the need to preserve democracy, to preserve democratic procedures, accountability, oversight, because this is really very difficult, and I can tell this from my own experience as a former member of parliament working in the same, again, wartime.
Thank you. I tell you more. I am representative my districts in the border of Russia, so it's a little bit harder, just a little bit. But you need to understand that we're fighting for this democracy, and you need to know that we are not Russian. We not just saying and do it different way. If we're fighting for this, we're doing the same. And you need to understand Ukrainian. If you don't listen him, what they saying, you can stop the war, but you never stop the revolution. And if you want to step another way from democracy, you always remember that you came home and you see your neighborhoods, you see your friends, you see another people that you're saying you do wrong. And this thing, this motivated, you never forget that you're doing something strange, something maybe wrong, and when government do wrong step, this anti-corruption agency, we all see what happened. So, zero possibilities, do it wrong, and going another way from democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is really ultimate responsibility that you have, but in your case it's double responsibility to keep that front line. And going to Croatia, Mr. Rakan. Croatia has gone through a demanding path. From post-war recovery to EU integration, requiring sustaining reforms and strong parliamentary engagement, strong parliamentary oversight, and also strong parliamentary negotiations, also the parliamentary diplomacy. So please share your experience, because this is something at this moment for Armenia is really very important, and we should find relevant countries to learn from your experience.
Thank you. Allow me just one brief sentence about Ukraine today, where it is, because Croatia was in this position 30 years ago when we were fighting our war for independence. And the country you are building today in Ukraine, democratic institutions you are building today, procedures, what you do today is the country you're going to have tomorrow. It will be very difficult to change bad practices. That is Croatian experience. European integration for Croatia was a key changing point because we managed to have a national consensus. All parliamentary actors, all parliamentary parties, all parliamentary forces were for EU. And that allowed a unified front, which meant that we did not have opposition in the parliament who would argue against some reforms. We all supported it. And reforms to join EU are very difficult. They are not easy. They change the way people have lived for centuries in some areas. And this national consensus really helped. And this is what I tell every country who is an EU candidate or aspires to join EU. If you have 50% of parties supporting it, it's going to be very difficult because there's going to be a change of government. So then the next government might reverse what the previous one did. This is very difficult. National consensus is the most important thing of all major parties to be able for a country to do the reforms and in the end join EU. Thank you.
Thank you. And coming back to Armenia, to home, Mr. Khandanyan, in recent years, Armenia has gone through serious, profound challenges, from war to forced deportations, disinformation, and disinformation campaigns, and hybrid threats. Now we are facing more of that, especially hybrid threats and cognitive threats. In many ways, democracy itself become a primary target, and at the center of it stands the parliament. In this context, how can we ensure that public trust in democracy is not eroded? Because, as you might know, the main narrative and fake narrative is that you want a democracy, you got a war, and this was the case with Georgia in 2008, in Ukraine in 2014. So in our case, this was the main message and the main demonization against democracy. So what will be the parliament and what is the parliamentary's role in this to fight against this message and to actually to defend the democracy?
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to welcome my colleagues in Yerevan. Thank you for accepting the invitation and being with us these 2 days. And I also want to welcome Speaker Peter de Roover for being with us today, the Speaker of the Belgian Parliament. We are humbled by your presence, Mr. Speaker. Going back to the question, well, that narrative was proven wrong, that democracy brings war, and the best democracy is good communication. We need to provide people with better communication. And sometimes politicians fail treating citizens as electorate, but they are source of our legitimacy, and we need to go down and talk to the people. And those politicians, those political parties who are able to go to listen to people and to talk to the people, they are successful. And this will be also proven in a month in Armenia, I believe. So I think it is very important to sometimes go out from the digital space and talk to the people physically. And I would like to narrow down one specific group of people, which is the most challenging now. It's young people. You work with young people, Gayane, on a daily basis, and you know how, and not only in Armenia, everywhere else, young people are getting more disintegrated from politics, from decision making. So it's very important also to talk to young people to see what they are thinking about their lives, their future, and to adapt our policies and adapt our narratives to their priorities. That is, I believe, the most challenging part because, well, in Armenia, we have many young politicians, as you can see, but, you know, we were, I, as a young politician, blame previous generations of politicians of leaving the conflict and the problems as a burden to our shoulders. to solve. And now we have to, we don't have a right to do the same. And I do not want to be blamed afterwards by future politicians of leaving problems unsolved for them.
Thank you very much. And maybe the best message for, especially for youth and for our society about the importance of democracy will be building very proper and very institutional democracy and doing the reforms. So we have still huge road and work forward. So the second round, again, honorary Mr. McConnell, I'm coming back to you to share your perspective, describe the warfare in this decade, because this is not just constitutional warfare, this is cognitive, this is hybrid, where Parliament also, again, on front line. But this range from disinformation campaigns to cyber attacks to crypto financial mechanisms such as money laundering through cryptocurrencies, etc., all of which can directly undermine democracy and democratic systems. So what parliamentarians can do in this regard, because, or the question maybe will be, do they have proper tools to fight against such challenges? Because, or our main tools are from previous era, which doesn't really work now. So we have to think also in this regard.
There is a lot of legitimate talk at the moment across Europe, in East Asia, in Japan, in Korea and elsewhere, about the need to rearm, to deal with the current threats as best exemplified in Ukraine. But I think we also have to recognise that alongside that physical battle, we also have a battle for democracy, and that is at home nationally, but it's also international. And we've seen recently in the UK the introduction of crypto corruption into our politics. We are, and this is a factor that we are seeing now right across Europe and elsewhere in the world, the use of money that is not transparent affecting our politics, alongside disinformation, alongside denigration of democracy, to try and convince young people that democracy does not matter. And I think those of us who believe in democracy, who believe in parliamentary systems and public transparency, we have to get alive to the fact that we are now in a battle of ideas, in a parallel war to defend democracy and to preserve and extend democracy around the world. And you know, in recent years we've had former President Biden talking about a global alliance for democracy. We've had the coalitions of the willing governments coming together, whether it's to defend Ukraine or to try and bring peace in certain regions. But parliamentarians and Democrats need to stand up too. And I think we need to come together globally and ensure that future generations understand the critical importance of democracy, the change that that brought to Eastern Europe, the change that it has brought perhaps more recently to this region and other parts of the former Soviet Union, the change that it's brought in parts of Southeast Asia, and the way in which a democratic parliamentary system, because of its inclusivity and because of its transparency and the scrutiny that it brings, it can ensure that governments are behaving properly and that people have full representation. So I think this is a global fight now. I think dealing with the disinformation, dealing with the dirty money, dealing with the disillusionment that is fed by everybody now, from America to Russia to elsewhere in the world, those of us who genuinely believe in powerful democratic systems, Parliament's at the centre of that, we need to stand up and fight, we need to come together globally, and we need to win this battle over these coming years alongside any other challenges we might have in the more physical areas of defending the nations that we represent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Korletian, coming back to European dimension, because at this moment in Europe we see in Europe we see the fragmentation. And this is one of the main challenges because it used to be the main peaceful and democratic value that we used to see and we used to see as an example that we all wanted to be a part of it. In this fragmentation, how can national parliaments contribute to maintain unity within the EU? And what role can interparliamentary cooperation play? I mean, parliamentary diplomacy, partners also within the Europe, but also outside of the Europe, especially enlargement policy, which is, I know in Europe, internally is a huge discussion issue, and not, of course, all the countries really keen to accept this idea.
Again, thank you for the question. The national parliament is not an abstract entity. It's composed of political parties, political groups, people, individuals with political background, and of course with goals and values. So what you need is to define the proper majorities to support the proper European and Euro-Atlantic identity and orientation. This is how we worked in the national parliaments, how we worked within this complex and quite often complicated Europe currently. But we succeeded if you look on both the European Parliament at the level of the European Union, but also at the level of the Council of Europe. And with Ivan Račan, we are colleagues in the same parliamentary assembly. We have also our very close colleagues from Armenia being part of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. So we succeeded during these complicated years to secure the proper majorities. And this is why I give you one example, making reference to the dramatic situation coming from the crime of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine. It was the only international organization, the Council of Europe, that succeeded at 15th of March to exclude Russia from the organization based on an unanimous vote one day before the Committee of Ministers coming from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. That means the national parliaments of the Council of Europe supported strongly this decision for the obvious reasons. And now it's the Parliamentary Assembly political engine through the national parliaments, including my own national parliament, which is supporting the finalization of the process for the establishment of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression. In the Romanian parliament, it's a clear position. It's a majority. It's not an unanimous vote, not anymore, because of these, let's say, populistic trends, and we are subject of the same Russian virus. It's clear. But we succeeded to manage this negative process and to assure this clear majority in support of our fundamental democratic values. Multilateralism. I saw the papers that have been distributed before the forum. It is made a clear reference to multilateralism and the international society based on rules, not on the use of power. This is part of our democratic background, and we are strongly supportive. You will find this specific reference on in any or all the foreign affairs chapters of any governmental programs in my country. So this is the right attitude. the enlargement process is one of the key elements that we are using in supporting one of the most successful projects and tools of the European Union. And now we are interested to use it more, even using the tools of the Council of Europe, because the Balkan region, the Eastern Partnership, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, now seeing back on the track Armenia, strong support for Armenia's European goals, and we are working on a strategic partnership currently, which will include this very substantial dimension of supporting Armenia for its European path. So this is how we can manage this type of challenges, which are real, where we need to face within our European societies, but we need to stick together based on the democratic acquis.
Thank you very much for the great example, which is really specific, and this really gives the main understanding how it really works in reality. Again, Ukraine and Mr. Megisha, Ukraine's experience has become really an example, huge example for all of us, to example of resilience, and keeping the democracy in under extreme pressure. But I want to look ahead. So looking ahead, how do you ensure that extraordinary measures taken during wartime do not become permanent, and that democratic institutions fully return to normal functioning once the conflict ends, and I do believe that it will be very soon. And these questions really resonate what Mr. Rakan said, bringing example of Croatia.
Yeah, you always had the possibility, whole country, except, especially when you had some conflicts or especially war. But we have the greatest values in our country. It's our people, our society. And they always want to choose, always want to change, always want to vote, but they didn't. And now they understand and tolerate that we have some specific laws and rules, but it's can be continued that war is stopped, war is end. And example what I give you about anti-corruption agency, it's a good example that our people don't want specific specific thoughts our government about that. So if people want another way, go another way, go to democracy, go to they want a new breath, new people, maybe new blood. They want to vote, and if these laws and these rules don't give this that chance, Ukrainian it's doing how we want, and whole politics in our country understand this. So I think that it could be, but it's not in our country. I'm pretty sure for this. Thank you.
I believe also. Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Racan, based again on Croatia's experience, what would be your key advice for countries like Armenia that are deepening their cooperation with the EU? Based on your experience, how can smaller states use their parliaments to amplify their voice in international affairs, and to, especially for deepening cooperation with European countries, bilateral, multilateral, what is the main role of parliamentary?
Thank you. The main role of a parliament is to have a debate, a discussion on whatever is on the agenda.
Please
And-
keep closer.
Closer, sorry.
Thank you.
So the main role of a parliament is, or the key benefit of a parliament, maybe that is a better way of putting it, is to have a public discussion of any item that is on the agenda. Armenia is a former socialist country. Croatia was also a former socialist country. So was Romania, so was Ukraine. We do not have a history of democracy. You do not have a history of democracy here. So you have to build it. I can tell you an example. When we had our first elections in 1990, it was actually one of the British lords who was looking at us, thinking, and we all thought how we are now a democratic country, and we did this. And he just said, no, you need to go through 12 cycles of elections before you can say you have become a democratic country.
Yeah.
We were like, what is he talking about? Now, today, he was pretty much right. It took us more than 35 years to come to better standards, to better understand democracy, to have better practices. And it is a never-ending development. You always have to build it and rebuild it and rebuild it and work on it. And this is the biggest benefit that you have from a parliamentary democracy in a country like yours. Have open debates. Do not hide things from the people. Do not hide things from the press. Have it out in the open. In the end, it is easier. There is, of course, today a different issue in the modern world, and that is the state of media. Sometimes there is too much debate in the parliament, and no one really cares. No one really follows. But the alternative I don't think is acceptable. Debate, discussion, have it out in the open. That is the biggest benefit of any parliamentary system.
Thank you very much. This is what actually I said during my opening remarks. Democracy is not guaranteed. We have to regain it again and over. And this is the main challenge for this decade, I guess. And coming back to, again, Armenia, Mr. Khandanyan, how do you see the evolving role of parliaments in small and medium-sized states navigating today's geopolitical shifts? And this is what last several years Armenia's foreign policy is about. Trying to maneuver, trying to navigate within different geopolitical interests and to push for Armenia's interest itself. Especially how should be the parliamentary diplomacy, because sometimes I would just add one small light note that seems that sometimes parliamentary diplomacy reacts faster because of more freedom, because of more personal connections as well, and also considering the bureaucracy in executive body.
I think that the answer of the question is what just Mr. Rajan said. It's transparency, the role of the parliament, especially at these times when the information is, from the media you cannot really realize what is going on international politics, in national politics, and transparency and open debate is very important. And I confess that we do not provide a very good quality of debate, parliamentary debate in Armenia as well. So our task also, when it comes to the interparliamentary cooperation, is first of all educational. We have a lot to learn from the fellow parliamentarians. For us not to take it 35 years, but a bit less. And that is very important. Of course, I agree that the parliamentary diplomacy for us especially, for the last few years especially, played a crucial role because not only it's faster, but also it's sometimes there are messages that diplomats are a bit hesitant to convey, and parliamentarians being also direct representatives of the people are more free to express to the colleagues. And in this regard, I believe that, and Mr. Korlatian also touched upon that, that interparliamentary multilateral platforms are very important for that. And the small, medium-sized countries, I think we need to use all resources provided by interparliamentary platforms such as Council of Europe, OSCE, and others, because these are good platforms also to voice the issues and also for the connections. I would also add one detail. These days, when in very democratic countries, elections are still being challenged and democracy is being challenged, I think it's very important for parliamentarians to keep an eye on the elections in different countries. And I think in this regard, election observation missions are playing key role in this, and PACE and OSCE Parliamentary Assembly are very important institutions. So for us, I mean, we put a very big importance, we attach a big importance in this as well, to be able to learn, but also to contribute in making other democracies more resilient.
Thank you very much. So I will open the floor for questions for the audience. Please raise your hand. I will try to see. The room is too big. If there is no any question, I will go through another round of questions because I have lots of questions. So, okay, we have no any question from the audience. So I will ask another question, but general question. But actually, Mr. Korlatian reflects on that, but I would like to hear also other opinions on this issue, because now especially in pro-democratic and democratic countries, because I'm pretty sure Armenia is not that, we are not still institutionalized and fully democratic country, but we have these aspirations. But usually now the main challenge is that some forces, political forces, using democratic tools are fighting against democracy. And in this regard, how we can really preserve, how we can really defend democracy, but not compromising with democratic values, not compromising and violating democracy. This is really a huge challenge, and this is a debate in Armenia as well. Please, Mr. Korlatian. Yeah.
Well, it's not a dilemma. It's something that you need to define and to find the appropriate tools for the management. For instance, I was thinking to the fact that we have in our national parliament, of course, in receiving also this negative influence on issues of how to deal with the migration in a populistic way. And we have this discussion also in my committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Romanian Senate, which in our system is the upper chamber, is the decisive chamber of foreign policy and national security. So I have these discussions with, we have this discussion with the members from the opposition, that type of the opposition. And it's based on the authority of the arguments and the experience in foreign policy to determine the others. Also, it might be a paradox to accept this let's say, arguments. So essentially, usually 99%, I don't have votes against. I have only abstentions, if there is the case. So you need to work very direct with the authority of the experience. I have a lot of colleagues, well experienced, did a lot of good things for the country, which are appreciated also from the opposition. So when dealing with such challenges, it's important once again to define the appropriate majorities. For instance, we had a discussion, serious discussion a few months ago when we have discovered, because of these threats coming from the Russian drones, that we don't have the whole legislative package that will allow the military to take action and to provide the military command the decision the next second, and not asking the political establishment to give the approval, and so I'm simplifying the discussion. And we have a very profound discussion with the chief of the army and the other generals within us in the defense committees, and with, of course, a certain level of discrete attitude. And we succeeded to define a 99% positive vote in favor of the new legislation. Before that type of discussion, there was a lot of populistic, let's say, attitudes and things like that, that we are preparing to go in war against Russia, things like that, trying to threaten, to encourage the population to have emotions and things like that. So you have the appropriate, let's say, parliamentary tools to manage this type of challenges. And only one short comment, because I want to say it. It's an inclusive approach. You need also to work with the others that share the same type of democratic values. You need to engage also the others. And you need also, in Romania's case, for instance, all these years, to be inclusive also in engaging also the national minorities in the countries, in our country. We have 17 plus 1 national minorities in Romania, plus 1 because the ethnic Hungarians, 1.2 million people out of 20 or even more million Romanian population, they have the normal electoral representation in the parliament. The other national minorities are a smaller minority, including the Armenian national minority in Romania. And nevertheless, we have a mechanism of constitutional mechanism providing almost automatically one seat for every and each national minority. It's important to have the voice of the national minority in the parliament. They are regrouped in a political group composed of 17 MPs, which is an important political group. And of course, we are engaging them. For instance, with the Armenian national minority, I thought at a certain moment in Romania, everybody from the Armenian community is called Varojan. Everybody is Varojan. Varojan Pambucian, who is the political leader of the political group of national minorities. By the way, it's an exceptional person, mathematician, well-educated elite. Varojan Vosganian, a former minister, who is currently the president of the National Union of the Writers in Romania, ex-minister of a colleague of mine in the Romanian government. They are supporting these European standards and values and so on. So we have a certain comfort within the parliament also to challenge the challenges and to find the appropriate answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lord McConnell, please share your experience and your thoughts on this.
I think listening to the other contributors, I think there are two things that I would really want to emphasize here. The first is that although this contest between the Democrats and the anti-Democrats, which is a global fight at the moment, that contest is really serious, and we need to drop any complacency and we need to be engaged in that battle. I think we can also be positive. We've seen just in the past 12 months, we've seen the example in Ukraine that has been mentioned of the Ukrainian parliament correcting a mistake by the government, ensuring that the country stays united in the battle that they face. We've seen in both Romania and in Hungary the people of the country, not just the politicians, but the people of the country, resisting the interference of Russians and others and trying to corrupt their politics and change their democracy. So it is possible to galvanize people and to galvanize parliaments to preserve what is important and to ensure we have the independence that each country needs. The other side of that, though, I think, is that I think multilateral institutions and systems need to be a little bit more sensitive to those issues of national identity and democracy that have to be part of the framework. Yeah, we do need to live in a multilateral world. We live in an interdependent world, but we also need to recognize that people's identity matters to them at home. So there's perhaps a better balance to be struck. And the other important point, I think, is the one about patience that was made by our friend from Croatia. No new democracy happens overnight. There are always going to be ups and downs along the way, and patience is a very important component of building a strong democracy. I'll just give you the example of Northern Ireland. The different competing forces were at war with each other, perhaps for centuries, but certainly for most of my adult lifetime. And when the new peace agreement and the Assembly was created in 1999, the Assembly didn't meet for the majority of its first 10 years. But everybody was patient. Everybody understood the importance of peace and building that democratic institution. And today, there are people leading that institution that would never have been believed 25 years ago. But the institution has been preserved and the peace has been preserved. So patience is a critical component of building a new democracy and not being put off by the bad days, the bad moments, the delays in setting up institutions, but persevering. And in that situation, all of us, I think, around that, need to support Armenia and elsewhere developing the democracies that they so badly need.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's, I would say, easy for you, a country which has Magna Carta since early medieval. So, but for young democracies like Croatia, Armenia, and Ukraine, or not even young but very fragile democracies, this is a huge problem. So please, Mr. Mikisha, your thoughts on this, how you fight, especially against disinformation, malinformation, hybrid threats, and using democratic values, using freedom of speech, using electoral democracy, etc., but fighting against itself the democracy.
Yeah, I agree this thoughts that we are young democracy and 12 sections, yeah, what we need to take this position, but we tried. We all tried. Our country tried, and you see this. And I think we're doing good steps and good deals. But we need to not to forget what we is Ukrainian. They have a big problem to our eastern border that try to stop our movement to democracy. Always do this. Spend billions of dollars for this. And one thought, what we do in our homework to do everything for democracy. And another thought and another opinion that we have a Russian who don't want what we be successful, be rich, be much more developed. They want to Ukrainian, Armenia, Romania, Croatia even, that whole this country going down like they are. And this is a big problem, and we fight in not only democracy in general. We try to damage this obstacle. And I not hope, I know pretty sure that we win for this battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rachan, please.
There is, of course, a well-known saying, now a century old, by Mr. Churchill, how democracy is horribly inefficient, terribly slow, and generally a bad form of government, but still it is better than all other forms of government that have been invented and tried. And this is the key position that I will always take. Until there is something better than democracy, we have to fight for it, and we have to fight for it again and again and again. And the hybrid threats are basically something that need to be dealt on a technical level. And these technical systems can be built, we can share experience, and we can help each other. But the biggest threat for democracy, in my opinion, is the perception of inefficiency. And this is where huge movements rise for autocracy. For example, it takes a parliament at least a few weeks, if not several months, to pass legislation to make a decision, while a government can do this in a day or two. And of course, it is more romantic, it is more sexy to be able to make a decision very quickly. But what if that decision was not in the best interest of the people? What when it's a mistake? One when there was no debate? And this is the main thing about why we need to preserve democracy, why we need to fight for it, because, as Mr. Churchill said, it is still better than anything else that we know.
Exactly. And last but not least, Mr. Khandanian.
Thank you. It's difficult to be the last in the panel because all the good things are being said. So I will try to sum up. I think it's very important to have continuous development of institutional capabilities, because we now talk about AI, cyber attacks, etc., etc. In a decade, there will be a new type of challenges, and we will sit and discuss how to combat this new type of challenges. So it's very important, especially for Armenian context, to build institutions that, regardless of political will and regardless of the type of the challenge, they will sustain. So it's very important to have institutional development, and this will be continuous and aligned with the time. And of course, transparency and good debate, as was mentioned earlier, to shrink the space for disinformation as much as possible. Because when you leave the space open, when you do not feed with relevant, normal information, there is a big space for this disinformation. So I think it's also the role of parliamentarians, the role of politicians to speak more and to provide better information and content to public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the information vacuum always creates disinformation and also conspiracy theory, which is really case in Armenia. So I have to close our discussion. Thank you very much, distinguished guests. It was really a privilege and honor for me. Just to conclude, today's conversation has once again highlighted that even in the times of crisis and polarization, parliaments remain essential pillars of democratic resilience, dialogue, and accountability. Or I would add that the main challenge maybe is no longer just how to govern democratically, but how to defend democracy without losing its essence. So thank you very much, and thank you, dear audience. I do believe that we will continue our discussion out of this room as well.
Dear guests, we are now ready to begin our panel discussion titled Europe Between New Forms of Power and Dominance, Geopolitical Agency in a Fragmenting World. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Ambassador Simona Leskovar, Program Director of Bled Strategic Forum, Slovenia. Dear moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to all and welcome to the panel Europe Between New Forms of Power and Dominance, co-hosted with the Bled Strategic Forum from Slovenia. For decades, Europe understood power in relatively stable terms: territory, markets, institutions, and norms. Today, that understanding is under strain. Military force has returned to the geopolitics, while influence is increasingly shaped by technology, data, capital, systems that often lie beyond direct state control. And when we speak about Europe, we refer both to the broader geopolitical space and to the EU as a central political and institutional framework, closely connected but very different and not identical. And that brings us to the core question for today. It's not simply whether Europe, or for that matter the EU, is strong or weak, but whether it is adapting to the evolving logic of power and whether it can still shape the system rather than operate within the frameworks that is defined by others. To explore this, I'm delighted to be joined by this outstanding panel, bringing together the depth of the political, diplomatic, and academic expertise. Let me briefly introduce them. To my right, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, Madam Baiba Braže. Next is the Armen Grigoryan, the Secretary of the Security Council of Armenia. Next is Ambassador Audra Plepite, Deputy Foreign Minister of Lithuania. And last but not least is Dr. Jernej Pikalo, Professor at the University of Ljubljana and former Deputy Prime Minister of Slovenia. Let us kick off the discussion and the conversation with a short keynote address by the Foreign Minister of Latvia. Ms. Braže, the floor is yours. Shall I go there? You can go to the lectern, please, yeah.
And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in my official capacity. It's my first visit, so I look forward also later in the afternoon to see some of the more beautiful parts of Yerevan. And our relationship goes back a long time. Latvia's most famous poet, Jānis Rainis, actually was so fascinated by the Armenian civilization and culture and history that he wrote a specific part personally for the first encyclopedia in Latvia in the 20s. So since then, it has become a sort of self-understandable visit for all Latvians to visit the beautiful country of Armenia. And tomorrow our president is coming on an official visit, also something that we celebrate a lot, and that connects also in a very direct way among our leaders, politicians, people, economies, air routes. Air Baltic will restart direct flights in June, so it is a close and very, very respected relationship that we have with Armenia. We also praise the decision by Armenia to launch the pathway to the European Union. And as your Prime Minister said, whether you join or not, that is a different decision by Armenians, but the road itself, the reforms itself, is excellent process. So I commend our Armenian friends and colleagues and partners for that road. We did the same. When we decided to join the EU, we started a process that profoundly changed Latvia. We did join the EU in 2004, on the 1st of May, but it was lasting quite a bit of time. And indeed, reforms that we went through have made us stronger, more resilient, and of course, also much more prosperous. The longevity of life, the health situation, the roads, the infrastructure, everything is better. And not even mentioning security and partnerships and friendships that we have within the EU. So in that respect, also the decision to sign yesterday the joint declaration after the first Armenian-EU summit, it's a profound document, and not only it's underpinned by joint interest and support to Armenia, but also by significant political and financial and economic and other commitments. So we look forward working together, supporting and building on it as a great fundament. Also, Latvia is happy to contribute to the EU mission in Armenia, and making sure that what we can do in security and sort of resilience is delivered, and we are quite pleased that that mission has been very successful in its mandate implementation. And then the new missions, the rapid response mission, of course, we all are experiencing various challenges during preparations for elections. Our elections are in October, and making sure that external interference, whether that's cyber, whether that's efforts to buy votes or anything else, does not succeed. And we have seen that Moldova was successful in that, and I'm sure that also Armenia will be successful just as other countries. We are living in an age where the armed force has very much served in the last years to try to achieve political objectives. And foremost, that is Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And I think that fundamental principles that we might have countries with different political structures, different economic systems, but that inviolability of the borders, that the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity are the basic principles of the UN Charter, is indeed something that all countries have voluntarily subscribed to. So in this respect, Russia's wish to use armed force against Ukraine has been something that has broken down peace in Europe, and where we all are working hard to bring that peace back. And that, in our view, from Latvia, requires several strong sort of pillars. One is to be sure that we invest maximum in our security and defense. So Latvia has enshrined in law 5% of GDP for defense, and we will do what is needed at a national level. And that is underpinned also by strong societal resilience internally in Latvia, making sure that the whole society approach to security is implemented and working. The second big pillar is making sure that we have friends, allies, partners within the EU, within NATO, transatlantic links, but also partnerships around the world, which make us stronger and which make us relying on the fact that through those partnerships and alliedships, we are not alone. And the third pillar is comprehensive support to other countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and many others who want to conduct their affairs the way they decide, not to be interfered by other countries. And we do provide extensive political, military, economic, humanitarian, and other support to Ukraine. That also concerns our work in the UN Security Council, making sure that Russia's crimes are documented, making sure that the world will not hide the fact of what Russia is committing in Ukraine. But also indeed practical work weakening Russia's ability to wage war, which is a fourth pillar in our security, in our development approach, because while this regime in Moscow is there, European security will be under threat. And that is a joint decision by our leaders within the EU, NATO, and other countries. And let us remind that nobody was threatening Russia or trying to attack Russia. Nothing like that happened. Neither NATO, nor Ukraine, nobody. It was Russia's own war of choice that started it. So it's our obligation to make sure that we, as democratic countries, do everything possible to end that war, and end that war without Russia thinking that it has won the war. So those are the approaches that we have done. Of course, technology has changed everything, our societies, how our societies, economies are functioning, and we are very happy that this investment that we have done also has made sure that our economy is doing well. Currently, indeed, we are all affected by the conflict in the Middle East and the effects of Hormuz Strait blockade. So we do hope and expect that it will be solved in a peaceful way as soon as possible. And again, we commend Armenia and other countries in the region very engaging and stabilizing approach to the situation. So with this, let me once again say we stand committed to work bilaterally through the EU and other organizations to support Armenia, and it's my pleasure to be with you today here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister, and I wish you a very successful bilateral visit tomorrow. But let us start the debate now. We have approximately 40 minutes. As Minister mentioned, the security, the importance of security in Europe. Let me come first to you, Madam Deputy Foreign Minister of Lithuania. Question about the security anchors in Europe. For a very long time, as I said in the introductory, European security has been fundamentally anchored in NATO, with the US as indispensable partner. But today, as Minister Braja mentioned, growing uncertainties with the Russian war in Ukraine, but also with the very mixed signals that we are getting from Washington. How do you see the future of the European security? Is NATO still the anchor, or is that the European Union and the defense that we try to build?
Thank you very much. Yeah, coming back to your question and what you said, US was an anchor of NATO security or European security for decades. But I would say it was anchor especially after the Cold War. When we remember how was the European security during the Cold War, there was many European countries as well were adding to that NATO deterrence and security. If you can see how strong German army was in 1990s and how it's now. So I would say that as well, yes, we lived as Europe, we lived in very good, I would say even paradise, 3 decades since the Cold War until almost now, when we could only focus more on prosperity, economic development, more integration, which really strengthened us. And that I do remember the security strategy was drafted by Solana. I think the first sentence was that Europe is as never prosperous, peaceful, and well-being. Now what we see during the last, I would say from 2014, especially now 2022, we live in a completely different world. Russian aggression against Ukraine and still even increasing aggression by wars, by by disinformation, but even hybrid all the actions, shows that really Europe is facing completely different security situation. And it's not only Europe, I think worldwide. And as mentioned, also US realized that they cannot be that only anchor, and that Europe has realized that also we have to step up and do everything possible. So answering to your question, yes, I think NATO still remains and is as our main anchor of stability and security in Europe on the whole transatlantic alliance. What it is needed that NATO, it's not only US, which is the main. Europe has stepped up. NATO and European security, transatlantic security, has to have at least two strong pillars, two strong legs. One is US, because they have also strategic capabilities, and that is not questionable in this. But it's also Europe has to deliver. And we see completely situation get changed. See, the whole countries realize that we live in a completely new world, and we have to do that. Whether we do that enough or not, or fast enough, that's another question. As the minister mentioned as well, Latvia or the Baltic states, Lithuania is now having 5.4% of our GDP for defense, because we see that as a necessity. If we want to be strong as prosperous, unfortunately, we need to go back to this old-fashioned security when we have to have also strong defense. That would be the best deterrence for any conflicts. And I think, and it's not only enough that member states would do nationally what they do. We see also very good. The Germans, very strong. Poland as well. Many European countries, they do that. That would be via commitments in NATO, reaching up to 5%, at least 3-5% to this defense or security. But it's also very important that we use all the possible mechanisms. And here steps up the European Union, which also already opening the new area of cooperation. Last commission that was formed, we have a new commissioner for defense, that's Andrius Kubilius, Lithuanian commissioner, so who is also doing his best also to see how European instruments and European cooperation can be used to strengthen those capabilities which probably not member states lack and what the NATO is not having. So that's why we have in the European Union Eastern Flank Watch as initiative, drone initiative as well. So these new capabilities which we saw especially in the war in Ukraine, what is needed as well, and what we see in our region as well, what new threats and challenges we are facing almost daily. So we have to see and we have to do. Now we'll be discussing new financial framework as well. So we see as well would be among those who were before initiatives like for agriculture, CAP, other ones. So now what would be for the money allocations for some defense or initiatives would be also playing role. And we have to see how we can work together, which formats we can use that not to duplicate but also to reinforce each other's wants. So it's been already a decade probably ago they created cyber capabilities, at least in European Union response teams, other ones. So even we have to counter disinformation, propaganda, because that's also those tools which undermine our security and defense, resilience of the people. So all the initiatives which strengthen resilience of our societies, gives also some impetus for our capabilities, they should be used and see. But still, we see that in NATO, it remains, but as I said, and that's what we are going, we see very positive for many countries that really to contribute more on that. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Grigorian, if I can come to you and push a little bit further. As was mentioned that we are now witnessing structural shifts in Europe for taking care of our own security. and Europe, in a geopolitical terms, also includes Armenia. So how do you see from your side, would say a little bit away from the European Union, on the way to European Union, to correct myself, is this structural shift rhetoric, or is it a reality? How do you see that in Yerevan?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to mention that the process or the way discussion goes in Europe and many other parts of the world today, we have started that a little bit earlier. Like it started in Armenia mostly after 2020 war. And after that, the way Armenia was very reluctant on security provision or security provided by others, it totally collapsed after 2020, and we have to look on other ways how we can provide our security. And one of the ways to provide security was this balancing and balanced foreign policy, and also very importantly diversification. Because the way we were very reluctant on one factor was hurting us a lot, and we have seen that it's very challenging to our security. So we started the diversification, and when we started pivot to the world, we have seen that there are a lot of opportunities. The way Armenia-EU relation is becoming stronger and stronger, it's because of the reason of diversification also. And it's very interesting. On highest level, there is always this statement that today Armenia-EU relation is stronger than ever. We can make it today. We did it 1 year ago. We did it 2 years ago, and I'm sure we will make it 6 months later or one year later. And continuously, I'm hoping that we will do that. And I think the way the geopolitics is changing, I'm seeing that more and more countries are concentrating on their capabilities to defend themselves. I wouldn't like to say that alliances are not working. There are still alliances are important, but it's also important to concentrate your own capabilities. It is like in extreme sport, like skiing. Those ones who are skiing in extreme, they don't know everything, all the holes, all the difficulties, but they have enough capabilities if there's challenges to overcome that. In current geopolitics or international relation or challenges that states are meeting, it's very difficult to predict. I am hearing that there is uncertainty, a lot of uncertainties. I don't think there was certainties back then in May, today is May 6th of 1990. No one was expecting what will happen in December of 1991. Or in many other instances, I mean, it was not possible to see beyond a few months, like in 2008, 2001. But the most important thing becomes, as I think always has been, that how state capability is enough to meet those challenges in its own, but also in partnership. So those two factors become very important. I don't want, again, to say that alliances, we should not put trust on alliances, no, or in partnership, but we should have both of them, own capability and in partnership to resolve all those challenges that states are now meeting. It's so much also interesting how $110 trillion world GDP is dependent on a small strait. The strait could challenge the whole concept of energy security, and everyone is now reassessing their energy security. Everyone tries to find alternative. Again, diversification is one of the major agenda of everyone. And Armenia, for the last few years, major agenda was diversification, to have as much alternatives. And in market, it's like that. Monopolies are bad. In geopolitics also, monopolies are challenging. You should always have alternatives. That's the, that's the major message for today's world.
I agree with you. It's own capabilities, but also alliances are important. And you mentioned the extreme sport, and Slovenians are known that we are good in the extreme, although we are very small, but it's always team behind the extreme is also to succeed. Nobody can do it on his or her own. Can we move on a little bit now to the new forms of power? And I would like to ask Professor Piccolo about that. We were discussing these shifts and the new forms of power, from the AI to the digital infrastructure, the capital. They are beyond state control, mostly. So how that influence the shift, or how do we understand in Europe, in European Union, this shift?
Madam Ambassador, thank you so much, and to the organizers, thank you so much for having me this morning on the panel. What we are seeing is a rather complex, I would say, a complex intertwine of three elements that are intertwined in a sense. First of all, militarily, when we speak, we're living in the unipolar world. However you take it, it's still unipolar, with one very strong and the only capable force that can intervene anywhere if it wants in the world. It's the only capable force that is there in the world. Secondly, and this is already a profound tension, economically, we don't have a unipolar world anymore. We're living in the multipolar world, where we have a developing and hugely and quickly developing Asian economies, African economies, BRICS economies, and so on. And of course, Europe's still large economic capacity. So this is multipolar. But then, as you're asking, Madam Ambassador, we are moving into a world that is not polar anymore. It doesn't have any centers. This is the challenge. Because the new world is the world of data flows, is the world of blockchain, is the world of AI that doesn't come from a very clear center. And the tensions between these three layers, at least these three layers, if you can have them, are causing the storms, as the organizers have so nicely put the current situation. I think what the EU needs to look into, if that is the question, is exactly these new forms of power. We know that we have to build militarily. We know that we have to do it economically. But then there are new forms where we are lagging behind. It isn't just about regulating. It's also like a Digital Services Act. It's about developing new ones. This is where we are at this moment. This is where we have to be at the forefront. Because if we'll be dealing, of course we have to deal with military, of course we have to deal with economic, no doubt about it. But then again, we have to find energy, and we have to find the strength to be dealing also with structural issues of new forms of power. Because otherwise, someone else will define it for us, and someone else will make the rules of the game. And if someone else makes the rules of the game, we'll again be lagging behind in the new accumulation strategies. This is what happened to China in 1750s, because they were too slow in adapting industrial form of production. They were simply too slow. And that set them back for roughly 200 years, even 230 years. And this is where we are. And this is what Europe really needs to think strong about it. Because these are new forms of not just capital accumulation. Yes, there are new forms of capital accumulation, but also new forms of dominance, new forms of power. That's why blockchain, AI, data flows, etc., etc. This is the new oil, if you want. Okay, oil is back now that the Strait of Hormuz is being blocked twice. But, you know, the structural changes are happening elsewhere. And this is where I see, and I'm rather critical about it. We in Europe, we know how to regulate, but we don't do enough on producing our own. We don't do enough on participating in setting the standards, setting the structures of the new forms of power.
Thank you. We will return to this kind of question a little bit later and the dominance. But let me go to the Minister Braje now and ask her, as Professor Picalo was talking about also the instruments of power, the security, technology, the economic leverage, the political cohesion. You are sitting at the Foreign Affairs Council, you are a foreign minister, you travel with the president, with the prime minister, speaking to the leaders. Where does Europe, in your opinion, today have a real capacity to act? And maybe if you can identify the most critical gaps.
I think a big change was the Lisbon Treaty of 2010, which changed the decision-making in the EU, which added European Parliament as co-decision maker, which from one hand has slowed down the decision-making, especially on the issues like technology or simplification of regulations, or, you know, it just takes much longer to come to the decisions, whereas it was the Commission representing the treaties, you know, and the whole of EU interest and the member states before. Now we have the Parliament as co-decision maker. So the trialogues are lasting forever sometimes, you know, so it's just not there. But sometimes European Parliament, like on the energy security and the repower, actually plays a very positive role. They pushed the Council to agree to leave the Russian dependency a year earlier, so from 1st January next year. But that is something that by the nature makes Europe different, EU different from other parts of the globe and structures of the globe. And I'm torn between the speed where we need, especially on defense, security, technology, on the AI, on, you know, letting our enterprises thrive and compete in the world, where I have the feeling we are holding them back because of that slower decision making and lack of sort of response to their needs. From other hand, of course, it makes us more resilient because that is the nature of democracies. To include those various groups, the interest groups, you know, the businesses, those concerned about privacy or others in the decision making to make sure that we come at something that is then accepted by everyone in our societies. So I think this is where, in the current age, where security and defense decisions have to be made very fast, also we have to find a legislative way how to change that. That on security defense issues we should have a fast track decision making. At least that we have made at a national level, and where also procurement or impact assessment decisions are made much faster to make sure that we are able to respond at the speed of relevance. And that would help for all of us in a wider European continent, not just the EU itself, to also compete in the world. Because indeed, Professor is right, One is the hard powers, the national defense. Nobody has replaced those capabilities. Yes, that's why 5% for defense. From other hand, it's technological superiority, and it's not purely military anymore. Quite opposite, it comes from the other parts of the society, and as quicker we can transfer the scientific, the innovative knowledge, from those who have invented that into practical capabilities, which mostly is dual use anyway, with data and everything, space, quantum, and so on and so forth, as more successful we will be as democratic countries. And that is a big and difficult conversation to have, because that would mean not including all the groups on whom the impact will be in the decision making. So at the national level, we have sorted it. We have very good, we have pooled university top minds together in the quantum community, which has joined NATO quantum community, which has a safe space to experiment, to develop. We have the support mechanisms for the companies to develop and fail and start again, and to enable them to compete. That's why, for example, the whole autonomous system ecosystems that we have has been literally very, very successful. But again, we need the EU also on the simplification agenda to be much faster, much faster.
Mr. Grigorian, how do you feel that here in Armenia you are aspiring member? I mean, you are aspiring country for the EU membership. How do you see that? What I was asking Foreign Minister, the power, influence, and dominance of the European Union?
Very positively, if in short. But I think it was rightly mentioned by the professor that there is no center in global politics, and it makes things harder. If back then in 17th century it wouldn't be a North Star, it would be very difficult to navigate. So, but at the same time, we should get used to that. As I mentioned, for the last few years, Armenia-EU relation has transformed hugely. I would dare to say even a revolution happened between Armenia and EU, and we continuously say that Armenia-EU relation is stronger than ever. And we will continue working in this direction and make efforts. But in this context, I would like also to mention that how geopolitics is becoming also complicated. Also taking into consideration our region. We have been able to transform the region in the context of being perceived as a conflict region, from that point to the peaceful region where yesterday EU president calls investors to come to Armenia. That's a shift. That's again a revolution that happened in the region, and we hope and we are sure that we will continue in this direction. And first of all, institutionalizing peace with Azerbaijan, but at the same time, being an island as a stability, I mean the region being an island, attracts more attention, and all the countries from the region and all the people from the region are benefiting from this, and we will continue. We see in this navigation EU as a very important partner to go to navigate in these difficult times, but at the same time we are building partnership with other partners. That's very important for us, because in this fragile world you need to work to have a 360-degree view. That's very much important.
The idea that Europe fully protects its values and rapidly build power sounds neat, right? but it's, in practice, the tension is real. So my question to both of you, Deputy Minister and Professor Picalo, systems that generate dominance, especially AI and digital and capital, tend to reward scale, speed. Minister Brage mentioned that we are lacking speed sometimes in the European Union, while our European values emphasize the right, accountability, and constraint. And those two naturally move not at the same pace. So can Europe turn its values into a source of power? That's a question to both of you. Yeah, Madam Deputy Minister.
It should, if you want to become strong and really to maintain, or I wouldn't say dominance, but this, which is always driving power with Europe was, and for centuries, especially the last century, we should do that as well. Because sometimes I think we also, our strength became in some extent our weakness. All the well-being and got used to good life, if you've heard that was also a weakness, because the world went far faster without humane regulations, without looking to the, as you mentioned, values or something like that. So we had to catch up. But it's not only values as well. What we said now, the technologies also showed we live in a completely different world. Also our interdependence. We cannot even, we see the new technologies is not, Europe or none of the countries is independent completely free to do what is. Even critical minerals, all these chips, and so it's also showed how much we develop. So if dependent on each other. So Europe has to also wake up and to those who, how to, unfortunately, be less dependent and how to develop faster. Yes, I think we have to sacrifice some of our achievements and or social welfare. Some countries say how we can put so much GDP money for defense or some technologies if we have very big social welfare, and it would be. But I think it's that moment when we have to decide as well. If you want to advance, and we have to invest in some maybe sometimes not so popular internal social policies, or we have to just rely on the old ones. So,
Professor Picalo, can Europe have both?
I think we can, but there's one obstacle that we rarely speak about. And I'm a little bit unorthodox, even in my country, for saying this, but our biggest developmental challenge is actually demographics. You see, when I was born in 1975, there were 33,000 births in my country. Last year, there were 16,500. So only half of the births that we used to have. So this is, to our way of life, to the European way of life, to the European challenges, this is, to me, the biggest developmental issue that we have, demographics. Because our systems, from social systems you were mentioning, education systems, all the systems are basically based on this. So we will need to work on the demographics, but not just on the demographics directly, but broadly speaking, because together that makes one of the biggest challenges that we have. But if we're talking about raison d'être of the European Union, I think it has showed very nicely to conclude on a very positive note that Europe can build, to my understanding, something that we again rarely speak about, and that is European public values, public goods. These public goods are something that cannot be acquired locally in our communities. These are public goods that cannot be acquired even nationally in our states. They are European public goods, from European security to European universities, to European research networks, to European, transportation corridors. All of these are European public goods. And where I think it's worth working is developing these European public goods even further. This is where I see aim, security, again, research, transportation, all of those things. And this is where we have proven to be good, and this is where we can still add, and to my understanding, obviously the hindrance is our demography, but we can develop on further development of European public goods, and with this, our quality of life, the way we live, the European style of living, etc., can thrive even further.
Yeah, I just wanted to add also a sort of perspective on overall sort of relationship and the speed how EU has been positively able to react and respond and also have an impact, and that is on the external trade dimension. That after the change from the US administration and the first tariffs announcement, it was a very fast reaction, reaching out to Mercosur again, reaching out to Indonesia, reaching out to Australia, and actually EU has been able to conclude quite a number of significant trade deals, which again then provides the opportunities for our economies, businesses, especially on Mercosur, like, some of our companies trading there, they currently have 30% tariff. So from the provisional application from 1st of May, that is gone. Yeah. So, and that is impact. That is that positive impact. And that's where the speed, because it's Commission's competence, where the speed actually mattered. And of course, then when the Council had to decide, we did have that qualified majority at the Council, and the European Parliament, with only 10 votes, decided to postpone it, but we still managed. So there are positive ways on which to reflect. But on technology, data, and the future capabilities, I think we need to step up in a very unorthodox way, because it's not your usual regulation and legislation. This is something that is much beyond and much different.
We have 5 minutes to conclude because we started a little bit late, and I will ask a very simple question to all of you for the end. As we are celebrating Europe Day, the birthday in 3 days, what would be one wish you have for the European Union? What's one thing EU should do in the next year or two to retain its position as a global actor? And maybe from the Armenian point of view, starting with that, what would you advise the EU does?
It would be very difficult for Armenia to advise Europe what to do, but I would like to go through 3 points that I think very important in the current geopolitical context. First of all of that, I think there is no center. There are centers is very much important, and in that context, there is no North Stars to navigate. There are stars, and we have to adapt to this in international relations. Second, I see there is a lot of estimation of AI. I think the way in the beginning of 20th century electricity changed the current life, it didn't change the geopolitics. It changed the way life was organized. I wouldn't like to expect much from AI that it will also change the geopolitics. It will impact, but the geopolitics, it will not change the human nature and mainly the geopolitics. The third is, I think, very much important. I think quantum physics have changed our thinking of the physical atmosphere. We should think that photon is a wave and a particle. It's wave perception of the subjects in international relations too. It's very difficult to now precisely define with one, because our thinking is usually like that way. We want to be precise something, but it can be double of something, you know, like a photon being a wave and being a particle. And this is a way of thinking that can be helpful in current geopolitics.
Professor Picalo, what's your birthday wish for the European Union?
That we remind ourselves more often that no matter what, but this is the greatest sui generis, supranational political community that ever existed in human existence. This is something that we don't remind ourselves enough, and what it needs to do is just needs to rethink or think, adapt, and above all, lead, and not be self-depreciating, because there's no point in being self-depreciating if you are doing. But that does not mean that you rest on your, you know, on your laureates or your previous things. You just have to, you know, lead, so to speak.
Deputy Minister Plepite.
I think you're reading my mind as well. That's why I was saying, yes, I think for the EU, trust in themselves as well, to know the strategic really aims, goals, and to have strong decisions to become the strong actor regionally, globally. We have capabilities, we have power. Sometimes we are going to nitty-gritty daily basis, not to that. So to talk and to increase as well, to enlarge, to have new members, which should also make sure that they make also us stronger, all of us.
Minister Braže.
I think I'll be very practical. On security defense issues, indeed, solving the differences with the US and transatlantic sort of community where Europe and the US, Canada and others work together very closely. And that also relates to wider European community, whether it's the South Caucasus and whether it's regions around Turkey, and just to really overcome also those decision makings within the organizations that sometimes slow down political cohesion. And making sure that for the EU itself, we are really ready and armed to make decisions faster in the situations when it's necessary, like, as I said, like it was with some trade deals, but also with the 19 billion and so on and so forth for Ukraine. And I think then we are okay.
Thank you. With that, I will also make a very practical conclusion of this panel. Since it's in cooperation with the Bled Strategic Forum, I would kindly invite all of you to join us also at the Bled Strategic Forum. We will discuss about the future. The title is Choosing the Future. It's at the end of summer, 31st August, 1st of September in Slovenia. For those who haven't been, Slovenia is the only country with love in its name, so welcome. You will find a lot of love there. And with that, please join me in the round of applause to my wonderful panelists.
Dear guests, we will start now the one-on-one chat with His Excellency, Mr. Ararat Mirzoyan, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, and Dr. Samir Saran, the President of the Observer Research Foundation. Please.
Good afternoon and welcome to a conversation with the man behind all of this, behind the Yerevan dialogue, behind the very important week we have seen in Armenia with the European community, with the bilateral dialogue between EU and Armenia, the state visit of the French president, and so much more. So congratulations, Minister, for this very, very intense days, which have allowed dialogues between so many different actors. Yerevan dialogue, born 3 years ago, must be giving you immense satisfaction today, Minister.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming, and dear Samir, dear friend, thank you so much for accepting my proposal, my offer to moderate this, to be the moderator of this conversation. Yes, of course, to see so many leaders in Yerevan, European leaders, members of the European political community, to see so many topics being discussed in frames of European political community summit, but also EU-Armenia summit, which took place first time in history, and also being a participant of President Macron's state visit, and later being a participant of so many interesting discussions happening on this floor. Is very exciting, and frankly we haven't had the time to assess what has happened during last 3-4 days, and also the discussions here within Yerevan dialogue, but at first glance I can say that yes, we are satisfied.
Minister, you know, let me cut straight to some of the key issues that we have been discussing, and I wanted your thoughts. We could benefit from your insights. The first, of course, is that Armenia was seen as a country that was constrained by geography. Over the last 3 years since I have been coming here, under your leadership, the leadership of the Prime Minister of Armenia, we have seen this same geography being turned into a strategic asset, an asset for connectivity, an asset for cooperation, an asset for unleashing the future of, in many ways, the region. How have you been able to convert this geography into a strategic advantage?
Well, let me express my congratulations, Dr. Samir, because you somehow managed to dig and reach to the roots of the challenges that we are having now in this region. Or maybe I'm mistaken, and this is quite a simple conclusion, quite a simple observation to make, or quite a simple conclusion to come to, looking from a side. But to tell the truth, this is an issue in understanding of which we have spent decades and decades, if not centuries. Mm-hmm. We, I mean, people in Armenia, Armenian society, Armenian political thought in general, we have always been thinking that we live in a very tough, dangerous region where our independence and our existence was always being questioned. And this is true, you know, partially or completely true, but the challenge has always been how to turn this threat into an advantage. Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what we are now trying to do in Armenia. So when the whole world is looking for new routes for supply chains, for new transportation corridors, being an obstacle means remaining a threat always. Mm-hmm. Because these routes, they are like, you know, we have been also talking much about water these days. Correct. So being an obstacle on the way of water is quite a stupid thing to do, because the water will always find its way. So the challenge is how to become a bridge rather than an obstacle. So this is what we are now trying to do in Armenia. We're somehow understood that we can connect Europe with Central Asia, with Far East, with India, China, and this can be, in turn, this can be not only a way to save our existence, our sovereignty, but also to get another additional guarantee for further peaceful prosperity. And we should also notice that peace is, yes, it might be an obvious solution, but on the other hand, you cannot build peace alone. So you cannot declare peace and live in peace when your neighbors consider you as an enemy and they want to destroy you. So again, the challenge is to create a situation where all the neighbors, all the actors in the region and beyond the region as well are interested in peace and want to secure peace and want to create a modus vivendi in this region, tolerance, cooperation. Here we are currently.
So let me drill deeper into the modus vivendi. Let me ask you about what's happening in the region, the normalization of relation process, especially with respect to two actors. One is your relationship with Turkey, and the other, of course, with Azerbaijan. How are we moving in those normalization processes?
Well, you know, I'm sure, different that we have 4 neighbors. We have borders with 4 neighbors. In north, we have Georgia, with whom we have always had friendly relations. In south, we have Iran, with whom we again have always had friendly relations and cooperation. But of course, the situation around Iran is complicated by itself. And in west and east, we have Turkey and Azerbaijan, and we have had conflict with Azerbaijan for decades and decades, and we have had closed borders on west and east. So we started dialogue. We initialed peace treaty with Azerbaijan. This treaty is not signed and ratified yet, but the peace already works. We have peace on the ground. We don't have casualties. It's been already more than a year that we don't have any single casualty on the border with Azerbaijan as a result of shooting. Moreover, Azerbaijan lifted the ban to transport goods to Armenia and from Armenia through their territory. This is already a very serious, significant sign of established peace. Moreover, with Azerbaijan, we started bilateral trade. We buy oil products from Azerbaijan. We will be selling some products to Azerbaijani companies. So this is real evidence of peace. Again, I don't want to exaggerate anything, and I can say that all the issues are resolved. We have had bloody conflict. The wounds are very fresh, and the two societies still need to have a real reconciliation. There are still some unresolved issues, especially of humanitarian nature, detainees, etc. But the path is quite optimistic. With Turkey, the situation is even better. We have wonderful dialogue. We have several instances of cooperation, like we just yesterday, our representatives signed a memorandum on joint restoration of a historic bridge of Ani, which is on the border of Turkey and Armenia. So we have flights. Turkish Airlines again came to be the second air carrier, Turkish air carrier, to organize flights between Armenia and Turkey, and etc. etc. So a week or so ago, the third meeting of a working group took place. Working group which tries to start the relaunch the rail connection between Armenia and Turkey through Gyumri-Kars railway connection. So we do have small or several instances of cooperation, but all in all, the border is still closed. We have expressed bilaterally our readiness to establish diplomatic relations. We have expressed our bilaterally, again, mutually, expressed our readiness to completely open the border. There was an agreement to open the border at first stage for third country nationals and also diplomatic passport holders, I mean Turkish and Armenian citizens. But the border is, so far it's closed. Some of the agreements, they are being realized, some of them are in the road, they still need to be realized, but I'm sure, and I now can express confidence, this is going to happen because Armenian-Turkish dialogue has, let me put it in this way, has matured enough to give the final fruit. So again, coming back to direct question, we have now ground to express optimism regarding cooperation and normalization of relations in South Caucasus.
No, I'm confident that we are seeing a positive trajectory. Let me turn to another geopolitical question. Actors like the EU, countries like India talk about strategic autonomy. In some sense, from an Armenian lens, what does strategic autonomy mean? You are recalibrating and resetting a new relationship with Russia. You have a deeper engagement with the EU, clearly, the European Union. The Trump administration is deeply invested in Armenia. You're friends with everyone. So foreign policy from an Armenian lens, how does that look today?
An interesting question again, and this is very closely connected with your first question, probably. This is a question about or of philosophy of Armenian political thought. This is a question about how we perceive the world which is surrounding us. Again, for decades and decades, if not centuries, we have been thinking that in this hostile environment, we need one major friend, a big brother, who can protect us. Now this perception has changed, including because when the time came and we indeed needed the protection of a bigger friend, it did not come, and it largely changed the perception of foreign policy among ordinary Armenians. I'm not even speaking about the political establishment and political elites. And now we have somehow succeeded to, and this is where we want the direction in which we want to go, we somehow succeeded to decrease our dependence, be it political, be it economic or energy-wise. We have succeeded to decrease our dependence on one center, our ties and connections with one center, and diversify the list of our friends. As you correctly mentioned, we have established strategic partnership with the United States. United States play key role in establishment of peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. United States is playing key role in opening the transport infrastructure, communications in South Caucasus. I'm sure you know about the TRIP project, Trump wrote for international peace and prosperity, which includes railways, electricity grids, internet cables, what else? Pipelines, maybe in future, oil, gas pipelines. So this is all about connection between Armenia and Azerbaijan, connection between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Georgia, and beyond this region as well, Europe, Central Asia, Far East. We established strategic partnership with the European Union. We have very close relations with India, strategic partnership with China, Kazakhstan, and we still keep our strong ties with Russia. But again, the goal is to diversify the sources, but also the markets, the ties in general. This is what we are doing. And to conclude, or to cut the long story short, the expression strategic autonomy, which is very popular in India or elsewhere, we understand in the way of balancing and balanced foreign policy, in diversification of partners, markets.
Minister, you mentioned something very interesting. You mentioned foreign policy elite and the wider publics. So I want to ask, I'm going to come to you later, how interested is the common public in Armenia in foreign policy? How much interest there is? How much are you followed, or how many questions do you get from students and young people? How interested? But I'll come to that later. My next question to you is on the diaspora. Again, sometimes my questions may seem a little biased. India has a very large diaspora. Armenia has a very large diaspora. So that's why I'm asking you. They are an asset to foreign policy, and how can they be assets to foreign policy? How important is their thinking when you are making your frameworks in Yerevan these days? How much do you consider their interests as you define your foreign policy?
There is an interesting expression which is very frequently used these days describing any relationship, you know. It's complicated. Indeed, we have large Armenian diaspora. They are an asset. They are our compatriots. But also we all should understand that they are citizens of different countries. And their views do not necessarily coincide with their compatriots living somewhere else. For instance, I don't think that Armenians of United Kingdom, Australia, United States coincide with the interests and views of Armenians living in Russia, for instance. And which is more important for us today, these views of diaspora and Armenians do not necessarily coincide with the views and needs and interests of Armenians who are citizens of Republic of Armenia, Armenians who live here, whose homeland is and whose country is Republic of Armenia. And we are having a frank discussion today, so I will be very open. For quite a long time, and we should understand that huge part of diaspora are descendants of survivors of Armenian genocide, for instance. They had to escape, they had to find shelter or refuge somewhere else, far from this region. So many in diaspora think that they deserve and they want to see a bigger Armenia, a historic Armenia, one which existed, which has had its glorious past, rich history, but which is a dream now. It's not the real Armenia. We in Republic of Armenia, we live in this concrete region with these concrete neighbors, and we don't want to spend another decade, another century, another millennia to fight with neighbors, to lose more generations on the battlefield, to lose more generations who will be escaping from a battlefield, from a conflict, and finding, I don't know, a solution or a safe harbor somewhere else. So in this sense, views and needs of citizens of Republic of Armenia can differ from those of diaspora in Armenia. This is an interesting issue. This is an issue which we should deeply discuss, deeply understand, and of course find a solution. And I'm pretty much sure that this solution is coming. And I see indications more and more on daily basis from diasporan Armenians that they are now starting to understand what this concrete, real Republic of Armenia needs, and we hear more and more supportive voices from diaspora.
I think it's always a fine balancing act to engage them on matters which are essential for Armenia. Could be technology, could be infrastructure, investments, private sector, and at the same time have a conversation on how the politics of the future might be different to the land they had imagined in their own stories. But you know, I want to come back to what I had left with you in my previous question. You mentioned the citizens of the Republic of Armenia. How interested are the citizens in foreign policy today? How much interest that the young youth or different diverse demographics show in your work?
it can't be more. I mean, almost every single citizen, youngsters, elderly people, everyone, is very much engaged in foreign policy currently in Armenia. This is the topic number one, which is being discussed at kitchens, at any gathering, on public level, because you know the challenge is the events that took place, the events that have taken place here in Armenia and around Armenia during last 3, 4, 5 years are very crucial. And the path through which we have passed is difficult, but also needs engagement of everyone. So we, the ruling party, for instance, of Republic of Armenia, the current government, led by Prime Minister Pashinyan, proposes a completely different vision, an unusual vision for Armenians, for the Republic of Armenia. So this needs to be adapted, approved by citizens of Armenia. We have had snap parliamentary issue to have this mandate 5 years ago. Now we are going to have another election, a regular one in June, early days of June. And you know, the topic number one which is being discussed within this electoral campaign is peace agenda. So all the politicians, all the political parties, all the citizens of Republic of Armenia should make their decision regarding this foreign policy concept that we are suggesting now.
You know, in India, we have seen that when some issue happens in foreign policy, China, US, neighborhood, Middle East, on Twitter, we have so many experts. Everyone has an opinion, but everyone is also an expert. And sometimes it is a fine balance, engaging with the public, but yet having to make decisions which are right for the country. So, you know, there's an expert opinion versus a public opinion. And how do you sometimes balance those two?
Well, in Armenia, we have 3 million citizens, and all of them are experts when it comes to COVID, all of them are experts when it comes to foreign policy, all of them are experts for which are the topics that are, any single topic, and we have 3 million experts, which is, you know, this is the specifics of 21st century and these social media things. We have, sometimes we can even, it's hard to make any difference between real and online lives, but this is what we have now. On the other hand, this is, you know, this is good. Engagement is always good. This is a sign of direct democracy as well. In ancient times, they had agoras in ancient Greece to gather people and to discuss the issues. Later, we have had referendums and elections. Now we have this social media. So, in some sense, this is also good. On the other hand, there is also objective ground, specifically for Armenia, you know. We are, the motto, the logo.
Riding the storm.
Yeah, riding the storms. We have passed through storms, internal storms as well in Armenia. So the way that we see the way out of these storms should be thoroughly discussed, and it should be a decision not of the ruling party or the prime minister or me or anyone else. This should be the decision of the whole society.
The people. No, wonderful. Look, I'm going to ask one more question to the foreign minister, then I'm going to turn it to you. So you guys can join this conversation. Please be ready with your questions. We'll bring the mic to you. But while you gather your thoughts and formulate your question, let me ask you a final question before we go to the audience. You spend your days navigating hard geopolitics. You've had tough 2-3 years when it comes to reinventing, reorganizing, resetting the neighborhood, Armenia's place in the world, in the region. How do you unwind? I really want to know. What do you do to look ahead and be positive? Do you read books, a long walk in Yerevan, or do you have a conversation with someone who disagrees? Like, how do you unwind and how do you prepare for the next day when every day is itself a crisis of a new variety in the last so many months?
Well, sometimes I had an impression that I'm living in a TV show and part of the answer. But the first place in this answer belongs to the following. The source of ideas, of solutions, are the citizens of Republic of Armenia. We are in constant contact, particularly Prime Minister. We are in constant, very direct contact with our citizens. You know, I mentioned the previous parliamentary elections. At that time, having peace in our mind or intuitively feeling, I mean, the necessity of peace, we haven't brought this word to the electoral campaign back those days, during 5 years ago. But when we started our visits to regions and meetings to the groups of citizens, there was one thing that was like in a way it emerged from these meetings. So citizens, they were approaching us and saying, ensure peace, 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 make peace. We need peace. And it somehow, peace is not the thing that this current government suggests to Armenian society. This is a word we learned and we got the order from the society.
This is the mandate given to you by the people.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
But it clearly seems that your unwinding is spending time with the people and with your team in many ways. That is your that is your rejuvenation. I'm going to turn it over to all of you. Please do join us. We can see a hand here. Please, and we can see the lady there. Lots of hands. Do we have some mics here that we can bring to them? Is there a mic around? Yeah. Yeah, so can you give it to the lady there on the, just behind, yeah. The lady there. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Randa Ashmewi and I'm a journalist from Egypt. Yesterday, yes, my name is Randa Ashmewi, I'm a journalist from Egypt. Yesterday you made a fascinating speech in which you described 3 steps through which one reacts to a nightmarish situation in which we have lack of peace or blatantly conflict. You spoke about first phase dissociation, just sitting, denying, it's almost what I understood to be a state of denial, and then it was starting to feel like a victim, or just to see, no, I'm surrendering, I'm just sitting here and just, not much, I hope I understood well. And then the third one was the navigating through the storms. And coming from a complex region like Egypt, the Middle East, as you know, I'm very curious to know, I would like you to elaborate more how in practice you see this response of being able to navigate through the storm in order to walk towards peace, because peace is more than just a word. Is there a formula, a recipe? How do you get there? I mean, is it doing the right thing at the right time? Because, well, when I feel like sometimes it's easier said than done. And if you've reached the formula, please let us know more about it.
Minister, can we collect a couple of more questions? Yeah. Can we bring the mic here to Malgorzata here in the front row? I'm just taking the mic around. Hi? Right here, to the front row. Thank you. Thank you so much. So from Egypt, we move to Poland. Go ahead.
Thank you, Samir. Małgorzata Bonikowska, Poland, a think tank, professor at Warsaw University, but also member of a group of advisors, Team Europe, to the European Commission. When you were talking about Armenia, I was just feeling like exactly the same talk is happening in Europe now, about this balancing, about this strategic autonomy, etc. So you are like a little Europe for us, I think. That's number one. But number two, I want to ask you about much global perspective, because you are one of these countries who joined board of peace of Mr. Trump. We are very hesitant to these kind of ideas, and we have United Nations and other multilateral organizations. What is your view as a small country in all this midst of conflicts? You are, by the way, one of the very few who talks about peace. Everybody else talks about wars. So congratulations. But to have peace...
You should have come to Armenia several years ago. So.
No, you should have come to Poland 100 years ago. That would be the same. But how to provide peace globally, and how to handle the global world order, having global organizations
I think that's
such as
a
UN.
fair question. The question is that smaller countries tended to like the UN more, multilateralism more. And I think that's the question, that when smaller countries opt for board of peace, is it in contradiction to the multilateral architecture, or is it in support of multilateral? I think that's a question. Okay, there's a hand right behind you, Malgorzata. We can give the mic there. And then we'll come back to the central row here.
Poland once again. Wojciech Wojtasiewicz, Polish Institute of International Affairs. I would like to ask you about the peace process and about the main obstacle or challenge on the path to peace with Azerbaijan. As far as I know, Azerbaijan demands the changing of your constitutions, and how are you going to overcome that obstacle, because highly probably will not be able to obtain the constitutional majority in the next parliament. So my question, thank you.
Can we take one question from the lady in the middle, right here? No, right here in the fifth row. No, behind. Right behind you. Can you see that? Yeah. Thank you. On the fifth row. This is the last question we'll take, sir, then I'll turn to you. We have 4 questions there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. So I'm Fabienne Bossuet. I'm a professor of political science and international relations at Ghent University in Belgium. So my question is in relation to the Armenian aspirations to one day be able to join European Union. And I was just wondering what kind of European Union you want to join. Is it more the kind of European Union that people like Viktor Orban have in mind, because he has been very critical of the European Union. He doesn't like that notion of liberal democracy that European Union stands for, and also the very liberal values that it represents. He sees more future for the European Union in terms of conservative values, Christian values, and so I wonder what kind of European Union the Armenia has in mind when it wants to join European Union. Thank you.
I'll turn it back to you, Minister, with one added question from my side. You know, what you have been doing in this region for the last 5 years, as you mentioned, is actually a case study. Many of us can learn about building peace from you. I think that was the first question from our Egyptian colleague. I hope you are creating a chronicle of everything you're doing so that we can then share it with different parts of the world. I hope, and that's just a question for you. In a sense, are we sharing each other's experiences around peace? Do you think it's time now to wage peace rather than wage war? Do you think we need to create a more organized manner in which we can share our own individual experiences on building peace in our respective regions? I think that's just a question for you.
So thank you so much for your words, but I think you're too kind to me. In my humble opinion, yesterday I was only trying to outline or to summarize what is evident for everyone, that the ideas that I tried to express, there were you know, simple solutions, but this is probably what I was trying to say. Sometimes the simple solutions are very hard to detect and to identify. Why, I really don't know. Probably this is the nature of human mind, the nature of human psychology. But nevertheless, so you said that peace is, I mean, you asked whether peace is the recipe. Probably yes, peace is the recipe. peace is the solution. Peace is the best condition when and where mankind can live, can create, can cooperate and be happy. Unfortunately, this very simple understanding is not a simple solution, and simple condition is not necessarily being implemented and has not been implemented throughout the history in every corner of this planet. Maybe this is a utopia, I really don't know, but this is very simple, at least to understand. Peace, cooperation, harmony with one another, with the nature, with the planet, but look what we are doing with the climate. It's not harmony with the planet, right? So I really don't know. This is a question that should be asked to a much smarter person than me, but I don't know why we are making these mistakes repeatedly and then again and again. I don't know. I really don't know why we continuously kill each other. But obviously, peace is the condition where we can live, at least, moreover, live or try to live in happiness and joy. But obviously, peace is the solution. It's really easy to say, as you formulated it. But sometimes in history, in some regions, we have had leadership and courage to understand deeply the situation, to understand deeply the prospects and to act. So probably understanding and action, proper action, vision and action. And interestingly, this very simple conclusion was not our first choice, and this is also what I yesterday was trying to say. We tried to live in our bubble for several decades, thinking that the crisis we will avoid facing the crisis. Then, when the crisis hit us, when the storms struck us, we tried to act as we were predicted to act. Mm-hmm. And then at some point we understood that this is a way to nowhere. This is a way to complete death when it comes to Republic of Armenia, our statehood, our sovereignty. And then we tried to act in a different way to establish peace and to be open for the region and for the world as well. So I don't know. I was saying this to say that I don't know the answer to your question. I'm so sorry about it. You should find a smarter person to understand the real answer. Europe, yes, indeed, it's been a source of, the history of Europe is a very rich and strong lesson. The nations who are now members of the European Union, they have had their own wars in not that far past. And then you also understood that it's better to cooperate, it's better to, and it's easier and it's more beneficial to live in peace and cooperation. So we have a lot to learn from you, and basically this is what we are trying to do now. But you also, and back then, at some point after the Second World War, we all established the United Nations. We have the Charter, we have some other multilateral institutions. But you know, we should of course remain and we should stick to the regulations that we already have in international relations, the rules, all the charters, all the international law, but also history is developing. And the new situations bring new necessities, and also new situations show the gaps that are being created throughout history. So nothing is eternal, no institution is eternal. And I believe that the United Nations and Security Council has still mission to do. It should remain, it should be there, and all the other institutions and organizations as well. But there was a necessity to have something else, and here is where a Board of Peace was created. President Trump expressed a willingness and leadership and readiness to invest his time and energy and I don't know, the whole reputation that the United States have to establish peace in some regions. In our case, I know that there are different interpretations of implementation of peace in this context, but in our case, see, it works. We do have peace here, and we are very much interested to exporting this model to other regions as well, if we can. If we can be helpful in this way, why not? So yeah, you spoke about also about the peace process or finalization of peace process between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and you spoke about our constitution. You said that Azerbaijan demands. I would say that there is no such a demand. I would say that in the sense that there is no such a condition, such a demand in the process of negotiations. There is no topic of constitution of Armenia on bilateral agenda of Armenia and Azerbaijani negotiations. But yes, this is their perception. This is what they say. They say, at least this is what I have been hearing continuously, that they are not ready to sign and ratify the peace treaty which we initialed if we do not change the constitution. But we believe the Constitution of Republic of Armenia is the internal issue, internal matter of Republic of Armenia. We will be having most probably a referendum on our constitution, but we are not discussing this issue with international partners.
What kind of
what
EU?
kind of EU we see? We see, and what kind of EU we want to be in. Yeah, a family of nations where rights of everyone are respected, where differences are tolerated, where the sovereignties are respected, but also there is huge space for cooperation, that where the decisions are being made which are being beneficial for every participant, regardless of size of the nation or size of the country. This is probably the shortest possible answer to your question.
No, I think that's a wonderful way to conclude this conversation with Minister Ararat this morning. So you have been very forthcoming, you've been very transparent. I think I take back three important ideas from what you've shared with us. Courageous political leadership, entrepreneurship in foreign policy, and being creative in finding solutions when the reality changes. And number three, engaging with people and making people participate in the process of permanent solutions for the future. The publics have to be part of any design, and I think your government has engaged certainly tirelessly with all of these. Please join me in applauding the wonderful Minister for hosting us and for this dialogue. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Dear guests, we are now ready to begin our panel discussion titled Geopolitical Shockwaves in the Middle East, Global Implications and Spillovers. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Anna Davtyan-Gevorkyan, researcher of the Center of Culture and Civilization Studies, Armenia. Dear moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests. Welcome to our session entitled Geopolitical Shockwaves in the Middle East, Global Implications and Spillovers. The escalation in the Middle East have moved far beyond a regional crisis. They are global shockwaves impacting energy security, maritime trade, and strategic balance of Eurasia. Not only for the Middle East, but overall for the global economy and geopolitics. These are not distant events. It remains critical due to its central role, and our region, South Caucasus, also has plenty of spillovers because of the crisis in the Middle East. And the region remains critical to its central role in the energy supply and maritime trade. As a vital crossroads for trade and energy, both Middle East and South Caucasus are unequally sensitive to the instability of the region. And today we will analyze these spillover effects from shifting power dynamics to the resilience of our economic corridors. To guide us through this landscape, I'm honored to introduce our honorable panel with distinguished speakers who bring perspectives from key regions directly affected by the spillovers of this war. And we will start from Her Excellency Mrs. Sripriya Ranganathan, Secretary for Consular, Passport, Visa and Overseas Indian Affairs from the Ministry of External Affairs, India. Thank you, Mrs. Ranganathan, for being with us. Mr. Alireza Khodagholipur, Director General of Institute for Political and International Studies from Iran. Thank you, Mr. Gholipur, for being with us. Mr. Humayat Ali Almani, Head of the Diplomatic Academy in Foreign Ministry of Oman. Thank you very much, Mr. for being with us. And Mr. Away Kamara Kenao, Director General and Lead Researcher in Middle East and Asia Pacific Affairs of the Institute of Foreign Affairs from Ethiopia. Thank you very much for being with us in this very important panel, I guess. And so the key question of our panel is not whether there will be or are spillovers, but how serious they are and how different regions deal with them. And let me begin from Indian perspective, Your Excellency. With nearly half of India's oil imports and millions of its citizens tied to the Gulf countries, is this crisis primarily an energy security problem or a diaspora security crisis? And let me also remind you that for the introductory speeches of you, we will have 4 to 5 minutes for each of you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think you have captured the context very beautifully insofar as India is concerned. This is indeed a crisis which has had a tremendous larger-than-life impact on India. One, because of the kind of economic dependencies that we have, the connections that we have with our partners in the Gulf. We have over a $200 billion trade basket with the countries of the Gulf. We have significant investment linkages between India and the Gulf countries. We source a lot of our oil and gas from the countries of the Gulf. We also source a lot of our fertilizers from the countries of the Gulf. And not the least, we have a 10 million strong community spread across the Gulf countries whose well-being and whose security is of the utmost importance to us. The implications of the conflict in West Asia have seen a very direct impact by way of the rise in prices of fuel, of fertilizers, of the downstream petroleum products, and directly connected with that in the prices of power. For a country like India, which is very, very reliant on energy for meeting its economic needs as well as the aspirations of our people, even a small increase in the price of oil and gas can have a very grave impact on our economy as a whole. Just to illustrate, I want to share with you that the price of a barrel of crude in February, end of February, before the conflict began, was $70 per barrel. That has grown now to an average of 115 per barrel in the month of April, which has come down significantly from the 145 that it had touched at one point. So I think that should give you an illustration of just why this is a matter which is deeply, deeply concerning for us. And what is equally concerning is the fact that all the forecasts are that the energy normalcy will be restored even if the crisis were to end today, even if the war were to end today. The normalcy will be restored only by the end of the year, which means that we are still looking at a horizon of about 8 to 9 months before we are able to see that stability return to our a very integral level of our economy. And we are also likely to see, and this is something that we have observed over time, that prices tend to be very sticky when they rise and not so sticky when they fall. So that's again a reality that we have to deal with. There is a very direct human cost as well, because for us, apart from the 10 million strong diaspora that I've referred to, there is a very large proportion of international seafarers who are from India. In fact, 9% of the overall international merchant seamen are from India. And any implication for commercial shipping also has an implication for us in India. Which brings me to the other element that we have been concerned about and have been quite vocal, and that is that this is a time when dialogue and diplomacy really have to prevail. And at the same time, it is necessary for all countries to respect international law and to ensure that that freedom of navigation in international waters is available to all merchant ships, and that this is something that needs to be restored at the earliest. We have pressed for the freedom of navigation of all our ships through the Straits of Hormuz, and we hope that this is something which we will be able to see normalcy being restored very, very soon. We have had to recalibrate our strategy in order to deal with the situation quite significantly. A few points I'll make before I close. One is we have succeeded in diversifying our sources of supply. We are today sourcing our oil and gas from 41 suppliers, which is a significant uptick in our sourcing strategy. This has given us a certain amount of flexibility. Still not enough, but it has improved matters. We have at the same time also tried to diversify our sources of fertilizer, which is again something that we are heavily dependent on. As you know, India is a largely agriculture dependent economy, and for us, enabling free access of and reliable access of fertilizers to our farmers is very, very important. Thirdly, we are focusing on building domestic resilience so that we are able to insulate the poorest sections of our society from the impact of this crisis. And I think the proof of what we have managed to achieve lies in the fact that energy availability is today about 70% of what it was before the conflict began, which is again not ideal, but better, I would say, than what we had apprehended. We are also working with our partners. We have been working with our partners across the region to keep airline options open. This was very, very important for our diaspora, to be able to travel freely, to be able to come back to India, to be able to reconnect with families back home in India. We have also worked with our partners, especially our partners in Iran and Armenia, to allow the safe travel of stranded Indians. Over 2,600 Indians who were stranded in Iran when the war began, we were able to safely enable them to travel out through Armenia largely back to India. We have also enabled the repatriation of over 2,500 seafarers from Iranian waters, which also has been possible because of the manner in which we've been able to work together with our partners. So looking ahead, we believe that we need to do more of all that I have explained so that we are able to manage our situation in this time of crisis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ghalipur, when it comes to Iran, of course, a country in a war, we all know about military consequences, but I want you to ask about Iran's economy, currency instability, declining exports and infrastructure damage, and how does the new vulnerabilities impact also overall atmosphere of the cooperation in the region?
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. Now it's fine. Yeah, very good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. In fact, it's a very critical juncture. We are living history. Before answering your exact question, I want to emphasize here that it is very difficult to differentiate between geopolitical and geoeconomic implications of the war. I believe this war and its implications is an issue of high politics, mostly, and it's impacting the whole process of forming new alliances, new unions in near future. It is eroding international order, which has been in place for several decades. It is, and this erosion is happening by the very founders and protectors of this international order. Geopolitical implications of this, I think it will intensify the power politics, intensify the power competition. It will expedite China's rise and US decline. But inside the region, we see also so many implications. In the field of security, in the field of politics, as I said, it's an issue of high politics. Also in the field of economy and geoeconomics, it is impacting the whole previous initiations and plans for the region. For years, we have been trying to find some ways to bolster our cooperation with our neighbors. We have always been trying as a great power in the region to initiate new plans for a more secure, more prosperous region. You know, the base of our foreign policy in the region has been promoting security for development and promoting development for security, because security and development are two intertwined, interdependent factors. But what we witnessed during last few months was somehow contrary to the way Iran was pursuing. Iran, of course, with some other regional countries, were trying to be focused on an inclusive arrangement for the region. We had always emphasized on the indivisibility of security, security for all, which is really very necessary for the region. But what we witnessed before the war and during the war was somehow disappointing and caused dysfunctioning of the previous plans. This has been very important for the region, and I believe that it will have so many implications for different actors in the region. Here, one of the most important implications of this war will be bolstering the role of middle powers, because those big powers are losing their relevance in so many cases, and middle powers can play a much more important role. Here, we are representing so important countries in the region: India, Oman, and Ethiopia, and of course Iran, and some other countries. We can play a very decisive role in planning the future of our region and planning the future of our world. This is our world, and this is our responsibility to play a very positive role, as I said, for inclusive arrangements in different parts of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Ghalipur. Mr. Almani, Mr. Ghalipur spoke about the decisive role of the middle powers, and Oman tried to have also its own diplomatic role in the region. But we now witness a situation when diplomacy isn't shaping events, but just reacting to the escalations it can no longer control. What do you think from the Omanian perspective to spillover of the war on the diplomacy overall, and especially diplomacy of the region and regional countries?
Thank you very much, and happy to be here. Let me start by thanking the Armenian government for hosting such an important sessions. It is true to say that we are going through a difficult time, especially moving the shift from a rule-based system into a power-based system. This is something we have to really be careful, but going through the roles of diplomacy, of which not to militarize diplomacy, let me just overall maybe highlight some of the points that I think the spillover basically affecting everyone, including us on the region. I think when it comes, let's first mention the energy, as we all today look for a much more economic partnership. It has been quite damaging, not only to those inside, but also to the partners in many parts of the world, be it in Europe, Asia, Japan, Africa, and many parts. Secondly, I think the inflations. Look at the prices today, what we are facing today on the shipping insurances. This is something we have to be really careful. The regional security today, as its risk, very much so, as it's one of the most militarized zone today that we are having in the Gulf. So you can imagine any mistakes being done by anyone, it can take us to a much more deeper war that we may not know where will it end. I think on the geopolitical leverage also, this is something that we have been quite badly affected. On the legal side, I think look at the maritime order today. There is a real threat to the freedom of navigation. And if all of us think this is only in this part of the world, but you can imagine this can have a spillover also in many parts of the world. On the economic diversification, I think we in the Gulf has been affected, but also I think looking at the supply chain, also that has an effect. Something that sometimes we don't speak of, look at the environmental risk today. What we are facing, it's a direct threat, of which we are not much talking about it today, but it required some special attention, having especially some of the Gulf colleagues who are not far from their shore. They have the desalination, so you can imagine those environmental risks as well as the damage that's really been done to the environment. One more maybe important point I have to mention is that this growing erosion of the international system that really has violated all the code of conduct today, what we have been used to. Now, going specifically to your questions of how much diplomacy, I think unfortunately diplomacy has been militarized today. So we do need to really go back to the basics of where do we want to go from now? Do we want to just continue on such attitudes and formula, or shall we just encourage ourselves and like-minded countries today, including Armenia, that search for peace? This is what we do need to remind ourselves, remind the policymakers that without the respect of the international law and diplomacy, that globally may take us into a completely different sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kenau, our speakers already spoke about the spillover on the energy sector and energy crisis in Ethiopia too. There is already fuel shortages and also rising costs. And also just to remind our audience, Ethiopia is the largest landlocked economy, heavily dependent also on Addis Ababa-Djibouti corridor. And is this dependence now a strategic vulnerability under regional instability, and how Ethiopia tries to mitigate these risks on the dependency of one economic corridor?
Okay. Thank you so much, the moderator, and then I would like to also extend a gratitude to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia for the invitation. Ethiopia is one of the landlocked countries, one of, I think we could say, the biggest landlocked countries in the world, with more than 130 million population. And then the crisis in the Middle East actually has a very significant impact on Ethiopia's economy as well. So it's not only economy, it has also a significant impact on the stability and then security, as well as probably, often we say it a kind of what brought a strategic vulnerability to Ethiopia, because Ethiopia is, as a landlocked country, which is found minutes away from the Red Sea. And then the Red Sea is, as you know, one of the choke points that might be facing a kind of a closure after Hormuz, probably because of the existence of different non-state actors in these specific areas, such as the Houthi and others. So it is a huge vulnerability, which often we call it dual vulnerability for Ethiopia. Vulnerability on its own account, being a landlocked, and then being vulnerability because of on the other's account as well. It is over 90% of Ethiopia, nearly 95% of Ethiopia's import and export to and from the international market are dependent on Djibouti. So it is a single source where we have nearly 11 access points that Ethiopia could have used, beginning from Port Sudan in the north until Mombasa in the south in Kenya. So probably because of not the geography, constrained by geography, but probably because of constrained by geopolitics, it is only one route that we are using at the moment. So it would be very difficult for Ethiopia to actually survive such a kind of waves that are coming as a result of closure of choke points. So the Red Sea, as I have mentioned earlier, there are so many expectations from different scholars, politicians, and think tanks, where this is going to be the second closure experience that we are going to experience. So Ethiopia being dependent over this area, specifically in the Bab el Mandeb, which would have a very significant impact. So the other thing I would like to just discuss is also at the implication of the Middle East crisis is there is a shift of attacks to energy facilities and then civilian infrastructures in most of the Gulf states, and then as well as in Iran as well. We have a strategic interests in both Iran and then the Gulf states as a result of what Gulf's movement of diversification of their economic earnings. So they have been investing in many spots of Africa, and then Ethiopia is also one of them. So as a result of this crisis, there is a reduction of investments from these countries as well. So it's not only oil and then fertilizers, but other economic activities has been also halted as a result of what this kind of things, and as a result of what tax shifted to this kind of what civilian infrastructures as well. And then as mentioned earlier, this crisis had also brought a kind of what an end of the limits of a war. So the threshold that we used to experience in the international relations concerning war has been actually passed. So it is, I think, safe to say that the idea of what liberalism and liberal peace and then international cooperation are gone. And then it seems very difficult at this time to come back again, all right, in the international cooperation. And then, as you said earlier, diplomacy is being tested, and then war and then violence are becoming the order of the day in different parts. So this has also an experience to tell other actors to actually engage in this context. So it's not only in this oil and then fertilizers thing, but this war has brought so many dual vulnerabilities in Ethiopia as a landlocked state. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanal. We will definitely come back to the international law and crisis it now faces. But let us talk also about, you spoke about the difficulties to differentiate between geoeconomics and geopolitics, but let us speak also about transit routes and also connecting this with our region, especially from Indian perspective, Your Excellency. When Strait of Hormuz is still under double blockade, how critical are Chabahar port and the international north-south transport corridor for India's connectivity strategy? And considering these vulnerabilities, does India consider also other plans of having other transit routes, and also what kind of maybe projects will be more important for India connecting to the South Caucasus also?
Again, I think it's a given that the reliance of not only India but most of the countries of Asia and Europe for evacuation of goods from to and from the Gulf through the Straits of Hormuz is really a given. And I think the faster we are able to restore freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, the better it is for the world as a whole. In terms of alternatives, there are a few projects that India has been very deeply involved in for a very long time now. And again, I think it would be true to say that transport corridors take a long time to develop and to mature. So the lead time between an idea being considered, for it to get the right kind of partners, for it to get the financial buy-in, for us actually to see execution and utilization tends to run into decades rather than into years, and that's something that we are very, very wide open to. We have been involved in the INSTCC right from the very beginning and with the current situation that we see in the Straits of Hormuz, I think the criticality of this project becomes apparent to not only to us but to our partners around the world. And within that, I would also like to allude to a project that we have been in part of for a pretty long time, and that is the port of Chabahar, which is a port that is in Iran. And it is an interesting port in that it is actually free from the Strait of Hormuz problem, unlike the alternative port, which is Bandar Abbas, which actually falls prey to this problem. So I would say that Chabahar offers a very, very interesting and useful element in the INSTC, which our partners should wake up and understand and try and see how they can utilize it more. We are keen to use Chabahar as a means of connecting the Indian subcontinent as a whole with the Eurasian landmass. We see this as being a great way for many of the countries of the region. Afghanistan is one country which we know has already benefited from the existence of Chabahar and the opportunities provided by Chabahar, but also other countries of Central Asia as well as the countries of the Caucasus, because it does give a very easy way for us to move all kinds of supplies, whether it is minerals, whether it is energy, whether it is food grains, whether it is fertilizers, from the producing states to the consuming states. And I think this is, it can become a strategic asset for the world as a whole, and not just for India and for Iran. We also believe that this will give us an opportunity to diversify mineral sourcing and also allow us to reduce the risk in global supply chains. So that also seems to be something which increasingly countries around the world are coming to terms with, that we must always have alternatives, both in, not only in terms of supplies but also in terms of capacity to evacuate those supplies to the consumption centers. It's also a reality that Bandar Abbas is already pretty full. It's running close to capacity, and just as it is connected by road to the Azeri border, we would want very much to have a connection between Chabahar and the Armenian border because we see that as being yet another connection between India and the Caucasus and Europe that would stand us all in good stead. In fact, the view from the perspective of Government of India is that the more options we have, the better it is for India and the better it is for the world.
Very much. Mr. Walipur, we touched upon the spillovers of the war on different regions, but let us view from the South Caucasus to the Iran. What role does stability and peace processes in South Caucasus, what kind of role this had during the crisis in Iran, and how do you assess the importance of the stability in South Caucasus for overall security of the broader region?
Sure. I'm sorry if I'm going back to different topics. I feel that this is my responsibility to bring to the attention of the panel and our esteemed audience that there is a war ongoing in this region. Sometimes what I feel here, we are talking about the normal situation, which is not there anymore. So whatever happens in the future is very much dependent on the result of this war. What will the post-war region look like? It is a very important question and a valid question to be answered by this panel, that because of geostrategic location of Iran and Iran's position in different corridor routes, transit corridors, and for years we have been a route for north-south transit corridor, for east-west, and as was mentioned by our Indian colleague here, Iran's Chabahar port, Bandar Abbas port, and its importance in providing the platform for development and security of the region be it in South Caucasus, Central Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, or our western borders. So it is very important to look at this lens to the developments, future developments of the region. As was mentioned, we are attaching a very great importance to the development in our neighborhood, including the South Caucasus. We are aware that so many plans are underway, and now different countries, including Armenia, are trying their best to use this opportunity to bring more development and welfare for their people, and it is very important for us. As I said, development in the region is very vital for us as a great power in this region. We look at it with very high sensitivity, and what is happening in Iran and in the region is very much impacting the future of this region. Regarding transit corridors, we are providing so many facilities in our neighborhood, including in South Caucasus, and I believe if we look at the reality that the investment is somehow risk averse, we can find out that this region does not feel enough security right now to absorb that investment which is needed for the welfare of this region, and it is a responsibility on our shoulders of our, all nations in this region, to play our role to provide the appropriate situation to be able to absorb this investment coming from outside, and to provide a platform for inclusive arrangements, which will be helpful for all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Almani, you spoke already about the ecological also impacts of the war, and Oman has very unique water systems, if I'm not mistaken, called Afraj systems, and I guess it will be very interesting to know a little bit more about this system, and also because of their dependence on energy flows of these water systems, what kind of implications had this field in Omanian context, and how do you mitigate this kind of risks also?
Well, thank you again for raising such an important question, but the environmental issues and water problems, I think today is one of the most priority, that not only for Oman but for the whole region. Luckily, sometimes that we in Oman, we have this fallage system that the water comes from the mountain, of which being wisely distributed among the societies, and that has won us a few elements on how we look at things. First of all, you need to dialogue among yourself in order to have a fair share of that water if you are into agriculture or whatever. But also, more importantly, I think it's you need to have a respect of a win-win, that is in order to navigate together. And I think thirdly is that whatever is done, you just need to look at your partners, whoever with you. So the whole society has been really moved into this fallage system, which some of us in Oman, sometimes we like to call it a fallage diplomacy or a water diplomacy. Now, slightly less effective from other neighboring countries, yes, but again, I think we do feel the environmental change that also happening to us. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of talking to your former Minister of Environment, of which he has enlightened me to the fact that sometimes this climate change can have more waters coming into few countries, and we have witnessed this in Oman. So again, what I wanted to say basically, without the environment itself has been felt so deeply within the Gulf. So imagine now the ecological effect from this military crisis that we have in the Gulf. I'm not sure how much can we really move forward, but despite the fact that it is a common interest, and as my friend from Iran mentioned, without the thinking of inclusivity, of working together, maybe the environmental issues can bring us some more leverages on how we work together based on partnership, because it is a win-win for everyone. And I believe the old regime that has existed in the past is no longer a fact of today. We do need to move forward. Historians among us today, I'm sure they know better than us that when the international rule-based system, lose legitimacy, we surely witness more crises, but we need to ensure that crisis not to be managed, but to find solutions. And I think countries within that region are capable of moving forward and trying to look for a solution, not only among the neighboring countries, but extended neighbors within our part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Given that Armenian government has declared that better water management is one of the strategic dimensions for Armenia for upcoming 5 years, and I'm sure you have seen also the opening ceremony of EPC was anchored on the idea of better management of water, so your expertise from your country will be very much welcomed and important in Armenian context also. Thank you. Mr. Kinau, you spoke about the future maybe better importance of Bab el-Mandeb choke point, and given that scenario also Ethiopia invests a lot in railroads and other connectivities to have a better reach to Bab el-Mandeb. Maybe for your final words, I will ask you to elaborate a little bit more about this kind of investments and importance of this kind of investments.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I think the Ethiopian government have been working with different Gulf states, like as I highlighted earlier, like the UAE, Turkey, with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then apart from that, we still have also a good relation with Iran. And in trying to get a kind of an access to the sea, specifically in the southern gates of the Red Sea region, the one that you mentioned, for example, Bab el-Mandeb, right? So there are two major mechanisms that we've been trying to get in access in this area. So the first one is to actually diversify our access to the Red Sea region instead of being dependent on the Djibouti port, which, as I have highlighted earlier, over 95% of our activity is totally dependent on this port. And then whenever this global crisis actually takes effect, then if, for example, this area is closed, or if there is any kind of internal crisis, for example, in this state, a transit state, I mean, then we would face a very significant economic inflation. So we would have to diversify an access to the sea, and then we have identified, I think, around 11 points that could be an access point for Ethiopia in the Red Sea, beginning from, as I have said earlier, from Port Sudan to Mombasa. So this is one, diversification of ports through agreements that we could sign with the transit states. So as a result of this, we have extended, for example, this kind of invitation for the transit states of the Horn of Africa. but I don't think there was a kind of willingness from many of them. So we actually signed a memorandum of understanding with a de facto state of Somaliland, which actually get us in a kind of a trouble or tension with our good neighbors with that of Somalia. And thank you, specifically thanks to the government of Turkey. They used their internal, mediation, international diplomacy, and then mediation process, and then actually the tension is now that they were be able enough to ease the tension. And then the other way is to, get a kind of a contractual agreement with transit states where we can develop ports ourselves, and then we can use it for a prescribed period of time, probably 50 years, 100 years, or whatever, depending on the agreement that we sign. So that was also the process that we started with de facto state of Somaliland as well. So the infrastructures that has been developing within the African Union initiatives that runs through from Mombasa to Port Sudan, that making Ethiopia or Addis to become a center of the Eastern African hub is still underway, but it might take some time. But infrastructural development is taking place still, which actually connects the entire Horn of African states, the 11 ports that I'm talking about. So they can be the source of access points to Ethiopia in the Red Sea without getting involved in a kind of a conflict or a tension with the other transit states in the Horn of Africa. So these are some of the activities that we are trying to do. And then the third one might be in collaboration with the Gulf states. For example, the UAE is developing a kind of a port in Berbera, which is in Somaliland. So we used to have a share, nearly 19% share, but we were not be able enough to pay that, and then we lost it. But we are still trying to get a kind of port development agreements in collaboration with the Gulf states. So these are the mechanisms where we are trying to overcome our landlockedness and then probably strategic constraints that we've been facing for a long period of time. So we had faced a number of strategic costs being a landlocked state, and then specifically being dependent on a single access to the sea, which is Djibouti. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenau. Because we are reaching already to the final minutes of our discussion, I will ask you to just have your final remarks within 1 or 2 minutes, starting from you, Your Excellency.
So I'll use my time essentially to respond to, rather react to something which the distinguished delegate from Iran mentioned. I don't think any of us forgets that we are in a period of intense conflict. And the implications of that conflict or that war for the people across the world, in our case, especially for the people of India, is something that we are deeply, deeply, deeply concerned about. But what we are trying to do, and possibly that is what I was trying to explain in this conversation, is that taking a cue from the situation that we are living through right now and the perils of the current systems that we have in place, where there have been interruptions and implications for non-parties to the conflict. How do we prevent those vulnerabilities from becoming so acute in the future? That is the challenge that we are faced with today, and that is what we are trying to find solutions for, which is why diversification of sources, diversification of supply chains, diversification of connectivity corridors is so important for us. And fundamentally, again, I think the point needs to be made that those who are innocent bystanders to this conflict, who are in a way have been implicated by factors that were beyond their own control, their capacity to be able to trade and move freely should not be impeded by anybody.
Thank you. Mr. Volipur.
Thank you. I just want to remind all of us that the Strait of Hormuz was wide open for millennia. And what is happening right now, it's because of the fundamental change in the circumstances in the region. This strait now is under control of Iran because of the special condition of war. And normally, when the war comes to an end, normally it is going to be governed based on maybe a new regime, but not beyond international law and rules and regulations of international order. This is a very important reality to bear in mind. And what Iran does right now is based on the existential threat Iran is facing and feeling very closely. But I should emphasize here that Iran does not want, can and cannot accept to be an exception to the international law, negatively or positively. This is very important to understand.
Thank you. Mr. Almani.
Thank you very much. It's good to again remind ourselves that how much the international law, as my friend here mentioned, respected. How much resilience can we be as international community to move toward a power-based solution. I think it is important that we keep those in mind to the extent that the spillover today, we are witnessing it all over the world because of what is happening on the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the fact that I think it is a difficult time, sometimes we have solutions out of difficult time, and I believe, and we in Oman, we try to believe there is always a solution if there is a will. And this is what we need to maybe encourage our partners and ourselves to ensure that, that such long-term partnership required some not only respect, but also there's a code of conduct. We have to go and respect it. Thank you.
Mr. Kanam.
Okay. So the last point that I would like to emphasize is as someone who actually came from the Horn of Africa and specifically navigating some kind of what a solution for Ethiopia's access points in the race region. I would like to mention that there must be a regional diplomacy and a regional cooperation because this is a region, a very complicated one. So every power, whether superpower and then at the same time regional powers, are using it as a kind of what a strategic is whenever any kind of what conflict is taking place in their specific region. They would like to just distance war and the violence to the Horn of Africa. So they are just using this area as a strategic depth. And so whenever we are talking about, for example, the proliferation of foreign military bases and military facilities in the Horn of Africa, they were, for example, saying what kind of what problem you're talking about. So whenever there is a kind of what escalation among the super and regional powers, it would be very difficult for the least developed states to actually, probably come out of safe from this kind of what escalations. We don't have any kind of what the national reserves, whether we talk about oil, fertilizers, or anything. So we are really dependent on this access points. Then if there is any escalation in that specific region, then it would affect the entire continent, not only it's not only a specific country or something like that. So we would have to just focus on regional cooperation and then at the same time peaceful solution of any sorts of what disputes in the region. Thank you.
Thank Very much. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for this very important and very interesting discussion, and also thanks the audience for joining us. Of course, we spoke a lot about challenges, but I guess this discussion will contribute to the grounded understanding of challenges ahead. And maybe also, as mentioned Mr. Mani, to help also to find good solutions. Thank you very much.
Beruma. We are now ready to begin our panel discussion titled International Development Cooperation, Challenges and Prospects. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Ms. Latika Berg. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
It's on? Yes, now it's on. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for coming after lunch and hopefully after some coffee for what's going to be a great discussion on the future of multilateralism, international development, and perhaps one of those topics that goes a little unexplored at conferences like this. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our panelists today. We have here on my right the Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia, Robert Abisohominian. Thank you for having us in Armenia at this fantastic conference. I'm sure we're all in agreement about the great job that Yerevan Dialogue has done here. Pedro Manuel Moreno, Acting Secretary General of UN Trade and Development. Ivana Živković from the UNDP. Kaveh Zahedi from the UN's Food and Agriculture Programme. Hishral Sohibzoda, Special Envoy from Tajikistan. And David Fernandez-Piana from the University for Peace to the UN. So let's set the scene a little. We all know that it's not an easy time to be in the development space. Governments around the world from the Trump administration have been gutting their development budgets. And even in the UK where I live, there is a very live bipartisan support for raiding development aid to pay for rearmament. And this is only going one way. So how are each of you developing your strategies with this difficult, challenging environment? And are you coping? Ivana, maybe to start with you.
Thank you very much, Latika, and it's great to be a part of this panel. So, of course, you know, with the increased need of efficiencies and with the full support to the UNAT reform of the Secretary General, UNDP has started looking into ways to, for more efficiencies even more than 2 years ago. We are part of the UN system, but we are funded by voluntary contributions. And what you just said about major donors, that is affecting our core to a large extent. The fact that we work in 170 countries, and out of those are 61 are crisis and fragile contexts, core funding that we receive from donors, it enables us to act quickly when a sudden situation arrives, a major earthquake, a war, or a similar. So this funding is really needed, and we have to adapt to the ways to work with less of it. Even before the UNAT, we have conducted this business model review in a way to be more efficient, and we have been talking quite a lot about doing more with less. I think now we're at an inflection point to be able to carry out as needed. But however, we very much advocate for the return of the donors, and it's not only the ones you mentioned, it's also a number of other OECD DAC donors that were leading this way in the previous years. Not to go into details how we want to make efficiencies, I can just say that you know, we have taken this very seriously, and of course we're adapting with agility. I think it helps that we have a little bit of an entrepreneurial model of operating, and that helps us as well. Another thing that we really strongly want to work on is to keep the presence on the ground in the countries, and also to keep our people to the extent that we can. We believe that this trust with the governments ensures our success and also delivers what the governments request us to do.
Thank you, Ivana. Pedro, how are you seeing the challenge of adaptation?
Oh, thank you, Latika. I think that this is a moment to really think how we are going to have to, you know, to approach multilateralism work in general. You know, this let's do more with less. I have problems accepting that, because if you really want to be relevant, if you really want to contribute to the country's needs, you have to do better with less, but not more with less, because then you dilute what you do, and then at the end of the day, you are spread too thin, and it's not really the response that countries, I think, need. So I would say that in this very moment, I would say that we need to have less duplication and more partnerships. There are countries that are now members of the UN that didn't even exist as a country when the UN was founded 80 years ago. You know, now we have regional banks, regional institutions that do wonderful things that, you know, so not only, we don't have only the UN to do these things, we have other partners. Countries are now much more prepared. Regional institutions are much stronger than before. So we have less, so we have to partner more to have less duplication and to try to do better with less.
Kaveh, I can see you nodding in furious agreement there. What's been your experience?
No, of course, I agree with Pedro that this notion of doing more and more and more with less and less and less spreads us thin, and we're not delivering the impact that is expected of us. I think that, as you know, I fear that what we're seeing in development aid, this sort of reset of development aid, is the new normal, and we have to adjust to that new normal. I sense that we're not going to bounce back and suddenly be back to peak aid in the way that we saw it a couple of years ago. So
Kaveh, do you not see governments rushing to legislate 0.7 of GNI? Do you think those days are definitely gone?
I sense that we have to adjust to, as I say, a reset. And a lot of the conversation about financing now, when we talk about financing in the context of the Convention on Biological Diversity that comes to Yerevan soon, or the Climate Convention, it's a conversation not just about development aid. It is about finance as a whole. And I think that's what we need to also adjust to. How can we use this very scarce and precious overseas development aid to leverage much bigger investments into the critical things that we are working on with the countries? How can we use development aid to leverage in the private sector, by buying down some of the upfront costs, some of the risks? How can we use it to get the carbon markets up and running and investing? How can we get it to, in a way, reorient some of the domestic public finance investments, including in the agricultural sector, and some of the misdirected investments in, say, subsidies that are working at cross purposes with the things that countries have now committed to on biodiversity and otherwise. So I think we have to adjust to this new reality, and it's an opportunity to really look at this issue of blended finance, if you will, and how we can crowd in much bigger and higher levels of investment into the critical issues of biodiversity, into, from our perspective, sustainable and resilient agriculture.
Kaveh, is that fertile ground? Are you seeing a good take-up and a response from the private sector? Do they want to be involved like this?
Well, I mean, when it comes to agri-food systems, there's no choice, because the majority of the market is the private sector. And the private sector, just like any farmer, can see what is happening. They feel the impact of a changing climate, right? And the need to build resilience, the need to move to more resilient seeds and crop varieties, the need to change agricultural practices to be better adapted to this new climatic future. So yes, I think that it is fertile. It's not easy. If you talk, for example, of the carbon markets, right? Agriculture has never been a major part of the carbon markets. Forestry, yes, and we have done a lot of work on that, the reducing emissions from deforestation, etc. But agriculture per se hasn't. How can we capitalize and make sure that that sustainable, resilient agriculture also can attract the carbon markets? That's less done. And I think that the biggest untapped market is the policy optimization or financial optimization at the national level. How can we align public policies, so as I say, they're not at cross purposes, and make sure that those investments are all aligned to bring the biggest impact on things that can deliver on biodiversity, climate, food security, livelihoods across the board.
So you three have all spoken, you represent UN agencies. Let's zoom out a little, because the UN's taken a bit of a reputational battering of late. President Trump's speech to UNGA last year was many things, but one of the standout lines he said was, not only is the UN not solving problems, it should, too often it's creating them. Now, President Trump has gone on to give the Azerbaijan-Armenia peace his stamp of approval in the White House. Minister, would you be able to discuss how you saw the UN's role in negotiating or brokering that peace or contributing that compared to the US? And does President Trump have a point here that the UN is not fit for purpose in the way it should be in developing peace and security in our world?
Well, thank you for the question, dear Latika. It's a great pleasure to be part of this panel, and I greet my fellow panelists. Julie, let me start from your first question, Julie, and briefly touch upon it from the state perspective, Julie. What you have mentioned about the decrease of funding, it's really true, and the consequences, I should say, here are already visible. And when development assistance contract, while the instability increases, first of all, it touches the most vulnerable countries, the countries that are affected by pressure, conflict, climate changes. And on the other hand is the risks with fragmentation. The development assistance is shifted to become a geopolitical one. But if development financing is continuously deprioritized, at the same time we risk addressing the symptoms, not the root causes. When it comes to our region, I believe during these 2 days a lot has been said about the peace established here and the contribution of President Trump to establish peace. But let me approach the peace in our region from the perspective of our today's panel. And in this regard, I want to put forward a very simple question. Is there a development without peace, or vice versa? Is there a peace without development? In our case, I should say that these two notions are complementing each other. There is a development when peace is established, and here the situation in the South Caucasus clearly shows, and the agreements show that there is a huge potential for development, starting from connectivity and the implementation of the agreements on unblocking the regional connectivity, the establishing new logistic routes with Trump route of international peace and prosperity. And of course, the contrary, the development will enhance the peace in the region. Because in our case...
I mean, in some cases not even enhance, but secure the peace, right?
Yeah, secure, yeah, I fully agree with you. And our example clearly shows this. Because connectivity is the point where the interests of both Armenia and Azerbaijan meet. And it secures peace, and it will be the prerequisite for development and further institutionalization and enhancement and strengthening of the peace.
And I imagine, Minister, that must be quite a compelling story for the Armenian people to see the potential of their own economic development because of peace.
I believe so, but I think our government still a lot of job to be done, because we need also to present the benefits of the agreements. We need to present to the society the benefits of peace. Because look, throughout the last 30 years, our independence, our society hasn't seen this peace, and we don't know what does it mean to live in peace. And we should learn from the very roots what does it mean to have a stable situation on the borderlines, not to wake up in the morning and read in newspapers that someone died on the border, there was a shooting on the borderline. So it's something new for us, and we should learn, and for this we should, it has already been mentioned actually, we should nurture this achievement, we should nurture this peace.
David, what lessons can be learned from how Armenia has built peace and now hopefully will build its economic development as a result of that?
First of all, I would like to thank very much and deeply the Armenia for inviting the University for Peace to take part on this important dialogue. I have to say that now is the moment then to reflect about the United Nations, about the future of the United Nations in this 80th anniversary. The United Nations was established with the main idea to save generations from the scourge of war. This is the preamble in the preamble part of the UN. Is the UN delivering the mandate provided by the fathers and mothers of the UN chapter? And I think I have to say the UN is full of success on peace and security. We need then to make an assessment.
We have wars raging around the world. How has that been a success?
Yeah, let me explain in this regard. The world, we as a humanity, we have been living in war forever. Let's be clear. Since 1945, how many wars we had in the world? An example, since the end of the Cold War, we have wars in Bosnia, in Rwanda, in Iraq, in Syria. This is the war that we have today is not the first war. There will be many others that will come. The idea is how we can, as a United Nations, we can deliver as a one. And as I say, we have many examples from the past that the role played by the Secretary General of the United Nations has been important. To refer some of one, the crisis of missiles in Cuba, also Iran, Iraq, Namibia, many cases. It's endless cases. And going back to the question that you posed me, it's about in the region. The peace is fragile, is extremely fragile. And then for that, we have a study report by important think tanks saying that the 70% of the peace treaties are broken after a period of 7 years. This means that we need to make sustainable peace in this wonderful region. And I think economic growth, it's important. Also inclusivity, to bring on the table all the actors, and in particular, we cannot forget that women should be part of the solution. I absolutely disagree to see no women in many of the peace treaties. And also education. Important to invest in education for peace, because many of the old grievances that should be overcome through education, and this is the mandate of the University for Peace, to bring education for peace to the new generations, to create new leaders. And I'm very optimistic. I want to be optimistic because to work on peace, we should be optimistic about the good steps taken by the government of Armenia and also Azerbaijan and Georgia to make a region of integration, to work in a more integration framework.
For those of you in the room, we will be opening up to questions soon. So if you have a burning question, please get yourself ready and maybe give me a show of your hands if you have one already, and I'll know to come to you. David, just back on that point, overnight, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has laid down a challenge for the UNSC. He says he wants to put up a resolution in which he will challenge China and Russia to back their motion on Iran, that it's illegal for Iran to be doing what they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz. That's a test. Who do you think is going to pass?
I have to say that the US is part of the solution on the conflict in the Hormuz Strait. I think, let's say that war and peace always alternate. Let's remember this important book of Tolstoy, War and Peace, on Tolstoy, and I think diplomacy should remain. And the ceasefire should be extended, because this is the only solution to bring stability and security in the region, because the effects, the economic effects in the world are extremely important. And also regarding to Marco Rubio, he already referred and he applauded the efforts of the peace treaty between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And then I want to underline also this important peace treaty signed last year in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Let's talk about some of the progress we're making. In Tajikistan, you're going to be hosting a conference soon on climate and biodiversity. How do you see the prospects for collaboration and development? Do you see them deteriorating, or do you actually see them strengthening in the benefit of smaller states?
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to express sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, to the people of Armenia for the very excellent organization of this dialogue, and I hope it will be very resultative and very informative for all of us, not only for diplomats and for civil societies and other, but it opened for us new perspective to estimate and to value what is the reality of our modern world. Regarding the UN system and multilateral system, I absolutely agree with distinguished representative of main and key institution of UN here. It's a great pleasure to be with them. And also for Tajikistan, you know, when United Nations adopted the agenda of 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, it was 30 years ago approximately when discussion had started. And you know, not only Tajikistan, but many countries of our region, especially Central Asian region, we adopted our national development strategy regarding the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's in all aspects. It's in social, economic spheres, in other aspects. So our national development strategy meets with UN agenda for 2030s. That's why...
Do you think that if those SDGs were put up today, you would still be signing up to them?
You know, just we want to reaffirm our strong support to multilateral system, which at the core should be United Nations. And if United Nations will be stronger, all our projects and programs will be more resultative, because UN institutions became the part of our government system. All sustainable development projects and programs we are realizing in cooperation with UN institutions. That's why we are supporting all initiatives which will assist to develop UN system. But the system which is now, for example, it meets our needs and our strategy, but I don't know the reason why in some part of the world, in some region, they will not, the work of UN was not so resultative like in our region. I don't know, maybe some political reason, some geopolitical reason, or some other things. But for my country especially, I think the cooperation between Tajikistan and UN institutions should be one of the best example of work within the multilateral system.
From what you're describing, it sounds like you've taken into your own governance the UN goals, and that's been a positive development for you.
Yes.
Ivana, one of the dichotomies of the current situation is that governments are cutting aid for arms at a time when your work has never been needed so much more in conflict zones. How have you met that challenge?
Thank you for that question. Well, I first also wanted to bring a point to the major donor shifting, the funding shifting, going towards somehow mutually beneficent investment partnerships. And for those, we need to have, and they need to be grounded in country-owned systems. So what we see as our role is to support the governments to create a conducive investment opportunities for their own countries to strive, and then we support them with investment de-risking, with blended finance, and so on. I can also give an example of, I thank very much the ambassador from Tajikistan for his kind remarks on the role of UN system. And I can say in Central Asia overall, UN is very well received, and we have very good collaborations, but I can also say we have good collaborations with the governments overall. What is very important is that some of our program countries, the countries that we work in, are starting to invest into their own development. And overall of almost 5 billion of UNDP's delivery annually, about 20% of those are government's own investments, which is remarkable, and we see that as a trend that needs to be sustained and somehow also encouraged. This is not always the central governments, it can be municipal governments, local governments, and others. Your question to how do we react quickly, I mentioned the core funding, which enables us to go in very quickly when something happens. I can give you the example of the war in Ukraine, to which very early on, as we were already present, we supported the humanitarian response to a large extent, but we also supported the handouts to IDPs in an electronic kind of systematic way. And we supported women-led businesses, relocation of small and medium enterprises to the western part of the country. And sometimes we have even seen people that were displaced twice. So, the need was really great, and UNDP was able to support the government in their efforts. And to this day, our most important support is in the energy sector, in providing the large infrastructure for the not only for electricity but also for heating and water for millions of people. And not only that we are doing this recovery or early recovery work, we are connecting it to the long-term development. At the same time, working with the government, and this government is very able on green and digital solutions, which of course they're quite advanced on some of those, but also considering how development should be when the situation becomes more peaceful. So we're quite engaged in this context. I can also talk about other fragile and crisis contexts, and maybe some of the most inspiring visits are the ones where we, maybe even with small projects, we support women-led businesses and entrepreneurships in some fragile regions and conflict-prone settings. And it's very inspiring to see how these women can take their destiny into their hands. And not only that, with some small support of maybe $5,000, they also employ 8 other women in the village, and they produce some product that they then want to sell and export.
It's such an inspiring example. Ivana, do you feel like you're living in two different worlds? At the geopolitical level, we see these criticisms of the UN, of development, of aid, of international cooperation, and then on the ground, you're seeing these very live examples of bettering and improving lives with a sustainable path ahead should there be peace.
Well, that's what keeps us going, because in the end, we're there for the people and for the countries that we serve. And, the headwinds somehow we will weather to the best extent possible. But somehow this is a never-ending inspiration. And when you see that work on the ground, when you see how, some maybe children or young people that deserve a chance with very little investment, you can provide them with that chance, teach them digital skills, or provide some kind of skills that will enable them to get a better employment or go to school. It's really inspiring.
Minister, one of the other areas where we see this similar dichotomy is climate. You're hosting a COP biodiversity conference. How have you found the appetite for international collaboration on this?
During the recent years, I should say that the environmental issues has become at the forefront of international agenda. And from this point of view, if the biodiversity issues are very important for the member states. Of course, it's very challenging. Of course, it's challenging for Armenia especially, because when we were elected to be the next host of the biodiversity, of course, we didn't have these resources in order to be able to address the challenging issues. Thanks to the partnership with many member states, with many international organizations, of course, we are now on track. At the same time, we work and put many efforts in order to ensure the inclusivity of the processes, which is very important to have on board each and every interested parties. And when I say each and every, I mean not only the member states, but also the civil society, the NGOs, indigenous people, local communities, like defenders for the rights of women, girls, everyone who wants to say something about the biodiversity issues. During the conference in Yerevan that's going to take place in October this year, they should be around the table and they should have an opportunity to contribute to the decisions that are made in Yerevan. And going further, I should say that in Yerevan we will have very important discussions, especially for the first time we are going to have the review conference. And we'll take stock of the commitments, targets and goals to see where we are ahead of 2030 and what needs to be done for achieving the goals.
So I take from your answer, you're not retreating from multilateralism at all. You're all in.
This is a very challenging question, especially for me. So a person who has passed most of his career in multilateralism can be biased in answering this question. So this is for us, for Armenia, actually, I believe the multilateralism is not a diplomatic preference, it's a strategic choice. And it's obvious. If I simplify the answer to the question, I should say that it's in the real world, it's obvious that small countries, if not say always, but often doesn't have opportunity to be part of the global development, global processes. And the multilateral platforms, multilateral organizations are the only place where they can have their voice, they can be part of the processes. In this regard, we attach much importance to our cooperation in multilateral platforms, despite the challenges that, of course, they have been also mentioned about the challenges, about the needs for reforms, which are also ongoing, but still the multilateral platforms play a very important role. Coming also back to the previous question on establishing peace in our region. Even in this regard, like the multilateral platforms played an important role, at least for providing a platform for dialogue. In each and every multilateral gathering, there was an opportunity to meet, to discuss the issues. Even after the establishment of peace, the multilateral organizations, multilateral platforms play a very important role in confidence-building measures, in building trust between the societies, which is between the countries, which is very important for strengthening the peace. For example, with the Azerbaijani side starting to build confidence with each other. So one of the first agreements is to try not to block each other in multilateral platforms, at least on the issues which are not concerning to Armenia and Azerbaijan, which was not the case previously.
That is a fascinating example. Do we have any questions in the room? Great, lots of hands up. Maybe, I think it's a lady here in the red jumper. Thank you, please go ahead.
Is it on? Good afternoon, thank you very much for the discussion and for your insights. My name is Ewa Polak and I'm representing here both Kazimierz Puławski Foundation and Polish Center for International Aid, which is the Polish NGO with over 20 years of experience in development cooperation and humanitarian aid. And I would like to pose the question to Mr. Minister Robert Abishamonian. What are the current Armenian development priorities and how different entities, including also on the bilateral level, and thinking about also the third sector, how can assist Armenia in pursuing those goals? Thank you.
That's a great question. Do we have any other questions? We can take a few and then get the panel to respond. No, Minister, would you like to take that one?
Thank you for the question. If I answer very briefly, the main priority of the Republic of Armenia when it comes to development is the capacity building of our institutions. We should pay much attention to the capacity building in order to be able to take over all the programmatic activities that we have with many international organizations. Of course, they are doing a great job when it comes to reform agenda of the Republic of Armenia. Of course, they are doing very important projects for the development of Armenia. But at a certain point, the Republic of Armenia should have these capacities to take over this responsibility and to continue its development agenda by itself. So I believe the cooperation, the development cooperation, first of all should take into account the capacity, should use the local expertise, should have a component of training the trainers in order to have these capacities left in the Republic of Armenia. When it comes to the partnership, I believe a variety of partnership, like starting from Council of Europe to European Union, the UN agencies, UNDP is a very valuable partner for us. So we try to cooperate with all the interested partners who can contribute to the development of Armenia.
My final question is to all of you. The theme of Yerevan Dialogue 2026 is riding through the storms. What kind of storm is it from where you sit? Is it a thunderstorm? Is it a tornado? Are you battening down the hatches or have you gone into the bunker? David, we'll start with you.
Yes, I think it's a wave storm. And then, but how is going to respond the multilateral system? How? I agree with Dr. Pedro when he say about less resources, because the most important is to reinforce the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights and development. And but the multilateral system have come to remain. In fact, we are living in a multilateral system how many years? 100 years only? If we start with the League of Nations and afterwards with the UN, will remain. But the most important in this storm is also to find opportunities. All crisis brings opportunities and new gates to open. And then this initiative of the UN-18 is an opportunity because there are so many duplications in the system. And we need to be more agile, more effective. But really what I think in this storm, we need to connect with the people. We need to make more pedagogy because the United Nations is doing an excellent work. And the people that is also in the chapter of the UN, we the peoples of the UN, they don't see that. Here we have example of UNTAC, FAO, UNDP, but there are many others. They are doing on the ground an important job. And this is also multilateralism. It's not only the pillar on peace and security that I referred before, that there are failures and also success. And then, and I think I agree that we are in a storm, but the storm started in 1945. Always storms.
It's a long weather system. Kishrav.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with my colleague. But in my personal view, that we are starting to go to more strong multilateralism system, because it meets our needs, especially the needs of developing countries and least developed countries and landlocked countries such Tajikistan. And just, I think this time is the time to think about what we did before And we all know what's going on now, but we are afraid to give the concrete value or estimating more openly. You know, it's very difficult to say it directly, but we are all feeling what's going on now because of some developing countries, some powerful countries, some big players in the region or in global areas. But in any case, I think it's a multilateral system should continue to adopt, but by leading role of UN at three main pillars. It's first of all, like it was before, peace and security, because the United Nations roles in providing peace and security in global levels, it was always, I think UN will continue this role, to play this role. And the second pillar is sustainable development, which cover all aspects of our political, social, and economic lives. And third is human rights. I think just to make more strong United Nations, it's very simple. The promises, the obligation should be done. Developing countries promised a lot for reaching the sustainable development goals, but no finance there. A lot of the developing countries not access to finance resources. That's why if developed countries will realize or will implement their promises and their obligation, I think it's very easy to decide a lot of problems globally. Thank you.
Kaveh.
So I think, as others have said, it is in some ways the perfect storm. And I mean, let me explain why from our perspective. We talked a lot about security in this meeting, and of course, we believe that there is no chance of security without food security, right? And yet we live in a world where over 700 million people are living in hunger. And this goes totally contrary to us and our charter, right? FAO was set up a couple of weeks before the UN, we're quite proud of that, 81 years ago, with a charter that has at its core a world free from hunger. And yet the statistics tell a different story. Why is that? Well, part of it is the economic development story and inequality. People just haven't been able to access food, nutritious food, the right quantities of food. Part of it is climate change that is undermining development and certainly impacting agriculture and food systems probably more than any other sector. Part of it is conflicts. These continued conflicts have an impact. We all know and saw the ripple effects of the conflict in Ukraine. Now the recent conflict in the Persian Gulf, it's got an impact. It's not just disrupting energy markets, it's disrupting fertilizer markets. Fertilizers are not available for planting season. That is going to impact food availability and food price, which in turn will have a knock-on effect on the levels of hunger that we have today. So in that sense, it's a perfect storm. And maybe this year it's going to be magnified. This is an El Nino year. In El Nino years, you have the kind of climate crises that we've almost become used to become magnified. And now that the global warming is around the 1.5 degrees, you see much more intense El Nino years as well that again have a strong impact on agriculture, on the production of the crops that we all depend on. And that, combined with the conflict that's going on, as I say, is creating really a perfect storm. And this year, it's magnifying that. And we've shown in the work that we do at FAO that we can build, and there is no better place to sort of confront these multiple challenges in one go than investing in agriculture, making agriculture more resistant and resilient, with new seeds, with seeds that are more adapted to today's climate, with new varieties, and Armenia houses many of those with its genetic diversity, in helping with new ways of doing agriculture that reduce emissions, that promote sustainable use of biodiversity. And that's exactly sort of the response. And we have multiple examples to show, but the investments in that approach need to be scaled up. They're nowhere near where we need to be. So the perfect storm is here, maybe more coming this year. We do have the answers, we need to invest in them.
Ivana, a perfect storm in an El Nino year, that's a worrying trend ahead of us. How does it look to you?
I think the world we live in and this compounded crisis reflects on all of us in our private lives, in our organizations, in everything that we do, and it's also affecting the most vulnerable. That is the most concerning part. But from the entity point of view, I think we have to encounter this calmly and try to find the best way out. I am a believer in multilateralism, and I really believe that a place where everybody's voice is heard needs to be preserved, and I see no better place than United Nations for that. And with this state of the world that we are in, and the rifts among member states and among global powers, I think our value is even more in remaining this platform than it was ever before. Of course, the world is changing. We will be also changing. We're encountering this UN80 reform and really taking it into detail from many different views and aspects.
Pedro, what does the storm look like to you?
I would say that just to be both realistic and a little bit optimistic, because if we are not optimistic within the UN system and the multilateral system, then I think that we are not doing fully our job. I would say that we are on a longer than usual rainy season, let's put it that way, with many storms repeating, and then, and this is translating into countries, developing countries, vulnerable countries, suffering one crisis after the other. People forget that many developing countries haven't yet recovered from the COVID pandemic. That was 6 years ago, and they are still suffering those shocks. Now we have the Iran crisis. Iran crisis is pushing up energy prices, right? Because war pushes up energy. Energy pushes up fertilizer. Fertilizer pushes up food prices. And food prices pushes up debt service. The result is that now we have 3.4 billion people living in countries that spend more on servicing their debt that they spend on health or education.
What you're describing sounds like an
ever-whirling
tornado rather than just a rainy season. So I'm just going to put that out there.
Exactly. We need to be able to give the space, the policy space, the fiscal space to countries also to recover for these shocks. Because if they continue to spend so much on, if they continue to spend more on debt servicing than they spend on health and education, then they cannot thrive. 42 countries pay 20% of what they earn in their exports to servicing debts. So from wherever you look at that, is really a major impact and a major shock that at the end of the day vulnerable economies are suffering. We need to be there and try to come up with solutions that can alleviate that situation.
Minister, the last word from Armenia, our hosts. You chose the theme. How is Armenia riding through the storm, and how do you view this storm?
I believe we are somewhere in between of thunderstorm and tornado. But I don't want to dramatize the situation, because we know that in the past the world has gone through many storms, and the humanity has been wise enough to overcome these storms. At the same time, nowadays, the difference is not the intensity of the challenges, but the speed that the new challenges, new issues are emerging before trying to resolve the previous ones. In this regard, I believe that the real task today is to remain resilient and cooperative while riding to the storm.
What a fantastic completion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and please thank our panelists today.
discussion titled Small State Survival in an Era of Great Power Competition, Red Lines, Deterrence Collapse, and the Unraveling of Order. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Liliana Śmiech, Director General for International Affairs of Ludovica University of Public Service, Hungary. Dear moderator, the floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion on small state survival in an era of great power competition. I'm not going to be alone on the stage, just for a side information. So allow me please to welcome our distinguished speakers. Prime Minister Mehdi Joma, former Prime Minister of Tunisia. President Werner Fasel-Abend, President of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Institute. Thank you. With us also Dr. Małgorzata Bonikowska from Center for International Relations in Poland. And Director General Per Olsson-Fritt from the Folke Bernadotte Academy in Sweden. So let me start with a quick introduction to the panel, because for decades I think we can agree that small states relied on the assumption that international law and the broader rules-based order would provide a certain level of protection and predictability for them. And I think nowadays we can say that this assumption is increasingly being questioned. And as geopolitical competition identifies and is more intensified and is repeatedly tested, many smaller states are asking a much more fundamental questions. Not how to operate within such system, but whether the system is still working for them. So let me start with this opening, very general question. Do you feel that this system that we're operating right now still works for the small states, or rather it has quietly stopped delivering? And I would like to start with Prime Minister.
It works like this. Thank you. No, definitely it does not work, and we feel it since a couple of years, but today it accelerates. We feel that the whole system, the governing system, or the governance of the world, which is set up after the Second War, after 1944, is no more fitting the reality on the ground, the economic, demographic, the power, the distribution of power. And it creates many tensions, and we see that today we are accelerating things since the powers who were guaranteeing this system through the institution and through the rules, they are themselves transgressing these rules and this institution. So definitely it's no more. And we regret, even though the previous or the system, the existing system was not as efficient and as balanced and as just as we can imagine, it allows, we are speaking about the small countries, it allows this small country to have a space and this, a sort of shield of law that it's disappearing today. So, and we are wishing today that with all these conflicts, all what we learned since these last conflicts in this last year and even since 44, that we are able to avoid these generalized conflicts, to go through another balanced system which is more corresponding to the reality that we have, because many things that changes. Not only the distribution of power, but the emerging of the arising of the technology, this cross-border phenomena of data, of information, of flows, of supply chains. So all of this imposes a new reality that imposes today to review this global system of governance and institutions.
So we have a definite no, the system is not
Yes.
working. All right. So now I will go to our second speaker, President Vaslaven. Do you agree the system doesn't work anymore? Did it stop delivering?
I think, you have to ask the question, why does it not work anymore? What is the reason behind it? And how long will it last? And I would say the main reason behind it is the power competition between America and China for the number one. As long as there is this very intense power question, who will make the rules in the future? And for the first time, America really is challenged. They will concentrate completely on this question, also China. And this certainly is a reason for them, to prolong a power play until there will be a solution. So if you ask me how long will it last, I would say not just a few years, probably around 1.5, 2.5 decades, which means that until maybe the middle of the century, we will live in a specific situation of this power battle between number one and number two, where the two sides try to take or to bring number three, namely the Russians, at their side, or at least neutralize them. Okay, this is the one side from their point of view. From a global point of view, I would say, of course we need a global system that works, because the world never has been so close to each other, politically, economically, technologically, and so on. And therefore, we need it. And therefore, there has to come a reaction. And it will come. I guess, one of the reasons why the situation is as it is now, of course, is also Donald Trump as a person. This will change more or less pretty soon, at the latest after the end of his term, maybe already a little bit after the November election, but this will not be a final solution. Final solution only can come when we will have a clear decision who is more or less setting the rules for the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will ask a follow-up question afterwards, because I'm actually very interested in your opinion about this American component to this global system. But let me now go to Dr. Bonikowska. I don't know if I already know your answer, but can you please?
Obviously, answer is obvious. I think all of us feel the same. Small is beautiful only when there is a peaceful time. Whereas time of war, time of big powers, small countries or small entities don't matter. And that's exactly what is happening now, which is obviously very dangerous for the world. Because most of the countries in the world, we have around 200 countries on this planet, are not superpowers. Please raise your hand. Who is coming from a superpower from the audience? Okay, 1, 2, great. You feel good about it. But
I doubt. I'm not sure if that's a superpower.
So now the question is, how do you visualize the other countries, which are medium powers, which are smaller countries, or very, very small, to survive with you at this planet? And the history of mankind is very brutal. Small entities were never taken into consideration. But we paid for this very high price. And the whole world realized after the First and the Second World War that that is the dead end. It's a road to nowhere. So if we have this experience, why are we coming back to the era of power, where it's not a power of arguments, it's an argument of power? It will lead us to the same thing. So I would rotate the question, what to do not to go towards this direction, not to allow this really to happen, despite of maybe a fact which was described not only in this panel but also in previous panels, that the largest powers now started a power game. So do we have certain mechanism to somehow stop it? How can we somehow work on the multilateral world order, because it's vanishing? Even our organizations which we created after the Second World War, they are not effective anymore. They are avoided. They are not taken into consideration neither. So, or we find out what to do in such circumstances and how to stop this process to continue, or evidently we are going towards a major list of conflicts, maybe even to a third world war. It doesn't need to be the same way like it used to be in the 40s. Could be a new type of global war, could be a space war with AI, with drones, etc. But it will bring us a lot of problems, and it will not stop soon. So which future we prefer?
That's a very philosophical question, and I think we know what kind of future we prefer, but the delivery might be a little bit more complicated. Director General, what would be your answer to the opening question about the system? I think we already know, but please give us your Swedish perspective.
Thank you very much, and also for the invitation to participate in this discussion with this distinguished panelists on my side. I mean, we're witnessing now record high number of armed conflicts around the world, and evidently the rule-based world order is in a deep crisis when we can allow that to happen. And we have a number of other global challenges that we, as humanity, are not able to tackle efficiently enough. So, of course, the rule-based world order is in crisis, but it was never perfect. Right? And it was always, there was always a need for development and involvement in the rules-based world order, but maybe to add to my fellow panelists' answer, I would say that the system is still there, with all its cracks and all its shortcomings. It's still there, and it's partly in place to protect small states. But is it protecting us? The answer, of course, is no. Not if we play this game on our own, but if we continue to cooperate, if we continue to build alliances, not just as small states, but as democracies, then there is still a resilience in the system, I think, that can survive. But I would say that the crisis partly is because we've seen decades now of democracy decline globally. And what comes out of that is also a decline or a delegitimizing of our international institutions and rules. As democracies, we tend to respect rules. We tend to respect the outcomes of negotiations. But as ethocracies, countries do not tend to do that. And therefore, we have delegitimized this system. And it comes with less legitimate international institutions, and it comes with a higher number of armed conflicts as a consequence of that. Because we have stopped reproducing those norms and values that this system was built to protect. And maybe we took them for granted. I don't know, there are others that could tell that better than I, but when we stop reproducing the world order, we let might go before right. And that's exactly what we are witnessing today.
Thank you. PM Joma, could neutrality be some kind of an answer to it, especially if we're looking at this kind of fragmented world that we are living in? Or should the countries choose, at the end of the day, a side? Or can they stay neutral? Will this neutrality allow them to survive on the surface, especially if we're talking about the small states?
Thank you. No, I think that we should act all together and to wish and to put all our energy to arise a system or to make the existing system to be adapted to the new reality and to be able to give us a frame that allows us really to restore the value and the force of the law and to avoid the situation where we are today, which is the law of the force. It's not, we cannot survive to that. Each one, even the powerful countries, it's a dream. They think that they can dominate no more. We see it in a concrete example. When any powerful country tries to dominate by the force, by the end it loses. And even we take the example of the United States. When you see the history of the United States, since we set up this system since the Second War, they win all the soft power wars, all the soft power balance, but not the hard power. And today it's not the way to treat. Yes, we have new reality. We have India, which is 1.5 million. We have China, which is 1.5 million. And even we have local countries. We are speaking about Iran. Iran, it's a 90 million country, respectful country with a civilization. You cannot deal with them just with bombs. So we have to put all our energy to quit this transition. It's normal. It's a transition because we know all of us. We are aware that we have to change, and in each changes there is some of the major actors are feeling that they can lose, so they will struggle to do that. No, the best way is to do it in a fair way, with negotiation, with the dialogue, and we will find an equilibrium. So to answer the question, what we can do as small states. Some remark, I'm coming from Tunisia. We are maybe small, but we consider that we have huge history and we are an empire. So that's we have to take into account. So, but let's say in this geopolitical game we are small. Of course we have to be pragmatic and not naive. Neutrality is good, but it's not the currency valid today. We have to see all what we can do to protect ourselves, because it's no more this shield of the law. So the first thing, which is the most important thing before speaking about the means, is the internal cohesion. That's the door really to fragilize and to create vulnerability in any nation, in any country. And we see, if you take even the last example, the war between the United States and Iran, the big mistake was that they evaluated that there is a crack, internal crack, no cohesion, and overnight we can change the regimes. What makes things different is this cohesion, because all the Iranian, even though they don't have the same political side, they are not on the same political side, they are belonging, all of them, and they have a high level of patriotism. So there is some integrity with regard to that. So that's the first immunity that we have to ensure. Second, it's, of course, we have to see for alliance, we have to, an active diplomacy and even a cyber diplomacy today to look for alliances, local or alliances. And you know, when you are a small country, you have to analyze the forces and to make yourself desirable by all these powers, absolute powers, but as well regional powers, and to play the balance and to put yourself in a position where if we want to attack you, you become costly attackable, really. And that's why, to be honest, to prepare yourself to the war, for this asymmetric war, with all the meaning of that, through the cyber attacks, through this adapted we see. We have examples today of asymmetric wars with these drones, with all this new technology, and we have to do that. But as well, we have to continue struggling for a new set of law and to arise this system which is more suitable, fitting with the new reality of the technology, of the demography, of the economy, of the financial power distribution, to be able to manage our conflicts or our differences through the institution, to revive, to revitalize the multilateralism that we are losing today.
Can I have a follow-up question regarding the internal cohesion that you mentioned? Is it actually possible to have a 100% internal cohesion in the country? Because I feel like nowadays, with this huge polarization in the countries, I don't really see it. I don't want to generalize, but there are certain situations, especially before elections in many countries, that I'm not sure that politicians are playing for it.
Yes, no, I distinguish between the competition, political competition, and we would like to have the diversity. Otherwise, it's not democracy. No, I'm speaking, but inside that, we have, through the education, through our own history, through our own values, to educate people that when we have a threat, an external threat, we need to be united. And it's possible. It's more than possible. It's mandatory. Without that, you cannot succeed, whatever your power is. So, and all the failure of the small country facing the threats, when you see the origin, is the lack of cohesion. But you have to work on it, you have to teach it. And the problem that we have in our countries today, and mainly in the democracy, that this question is absent. We are in the dispute, political dispute, and we forget the essential. And it happens in this game of political game, we forget the common interest and the long-term interest. That's the first thing. The second thing, what is causing that in some cases, is the lack of a strategic or a vision. And today, if we have to start with something even before this internal social political cohesion in front of the threats, is to have a vision. And in the vision, you will analyze everything and determine which are the threats and how to face these threats and how to mitigate the risk. And one of them is to teach people, to educate, and to prepare them for these threats with the cohesion.
Thank you very much. President Faslavent, do we have the vision in Europe?
Yeah, I think we do have a vision. I mean, it's quite comfortable for a country like Austria not to stand alone, but to belong to a group of states, 27 members of European Union. And our country does have 9 million inhabitants, but we are not the smallest one, by far not. We are in the middle, if you look at our population or at the GDP of Austria. And this does mean, if you cooperate closely, if you belong to an organization, you can feel secure, you will have your place at the table, and you also can take part at the shaping of the politics. And this is very, very important. Because, as I said, of course we need rules, we need solutions for the future. Just think or take the example of Africa. When United Nations was founded, there was only a handful of independent African states. Now we have more than 50. And look at the important role United Nations had, especially in Africa. And so far I think, maybe the role of United Nations in Europe will not be of exorbitant size or importance, but in other regions this will be very, very important. And for us, of course, it's also quite important to have a rule-based system. And therefore, of course, Europe will try to become more independent, as it used to be in the past. And this will not be the only consequence. What I see is, that potential global powers like European Union or India probably will cooperate closer than they did before, because they will not accept just rules given by others. And the same middle powers will do. And insofar, you have to look at the situation that also America, China, and Russia together are from the population round about a quarter of the world. If you take the military power, it's maybe half or even more, okay? But this is not everything. And insofar, I'm absolutely convinced there will be an order. And the tendency now is when the three big, strongest powers will not provide an order from their side, the others will find an order. And of course, also smaller and medium-sized countries will make their contribution. We will have an order in the future, not functioning perfectly as it did not also in the past, but it will work and it will be in our favor.
Thank you. Dr. Bonikowska, if we look at the current geopolitical context in Europe and the cohesion that we are just discussing, did this geopolitical context in Europe rather showed more cohesive context, or we can see certain differences within the member states more clearly now?
Both, I would say, because it is a paradox of this kind of situations where we are during the very strong wind, the storm, which is here mentioned by our organizers, because it gives a lot of chances as well. It's not only a pity, maybe it's also a chance to correct the system. But the system has to be somehow in place. We can compare it to a revolution which cars brought to the mankind. You know, when the cars appeared, everybody was using the car as they wanted. But with so many cars at the roads, we had to create some rules and order. And until today, I think more or less we all agree that it's better because there are so many cars that even for the biggest cars, the trucks, the order on the road, it makes sense for them as well. So I think European Union can be analyzed from both the angles. It's not only from the angle that it works for small countries, medium or small, or even the smallest like Malta, because it does. It's obvious that it does because it's a multilateral project per se. Meaning, for the first time in history of Europe, which was a continent of constant wars and constant powers, which were fighting each other, and finally they brought 2 world wars to the whole world, we were able to achieve not only equilibrium, but also a way of reorganizing the relationship between the countries, that it's not only the big, but also the small countries matter. Like, for example, we have, I don't know, Roberta Metsola, who is a president of the European Parliament, and she comes from Malta, the smallest EU member state. Or we had, until recently, Hungary, who was constantly blocking the most important decisions of the EU, which was a big challenge for all of us. But we also had, let's say, recently Belgium, who is also a small country, which is a small country, who is until today challenging the rest of the EU bloc vis-à-vis the Russian allocated money, you know, assets who are still in Europe, but we still could not decide about giving it to Ukraine. So small countries, even the smallest, matter in this project, which could be a good example for the rest of the world. But my point is that this works for the biggest as well. Let's look at Germany, let's look at France, let's look at Italy, 3 member states who founded the European project. They did it, especially France at that time, to make peace in the continent, but also to make growth. And then now we have 27 members, and obviously, let's be very frank, the leading countries, the biggest economies, and the most important countries by population, and also by, you know, military-wise, like France, it's the only EU country that has nuclear weapons. Obviously, their influence on this organization is higher. We can quote European Parliament. Germany has 96 members of parliament, while Malta has 6. So it's a big difference. But the biggest countries also make a profit of being under these rules. Why? Because at the end of the day, it makes sense for them in the long run. They don't need to attack everyone. They don't need to, you know, expand military-wise. They can put things on the question and make an agreement. They can build alliances. And they can also expand economically, like enlargement. By the way, in the case of Armenia is also a good thing to remember that enlargement is not only political project, it's also economic project. It gives a lot of profits to those who open the doors for newcomers. It's not only the profit for the countries who enter. So the big also profit by being under certain rules. And I think this could apply now to the game of power we are facing. Let's question, for example, China. China is profiting from the multilateral order, and I think the Chinese are very much aware of that. US, the same was in the case of the US. US was also profiting about being the kind of a dominating power in all senses, but not by force, but by the position the US got in a certain moment. So why to lose all that and go into expanding or using force, because what you get in reward is an opposition, a very strong opposition, and in the long run, problems for you as well. As a big power, if you are a big truck on the road and start to violate all the rules, sooner or later you will create a traffic jam. And in this traffic jam, you yourself will be stuck. That's exactly what happened in the Gulf. The big reacted, and now everybody is stuck at the big itself. Don't do that.
I think we should send this message to the leaders. Actually, you inspired me to the next question that I would like to ask Director General Fried. Do actually smaller countries, and I'm sorry that it will be my last question focusing on the European Union, but do smaller countries shape the policy? Can they shape the certain decisions inside the EU? Because we actually heard a couple of good examples. So my question is actually, do they have a strong influence?
Yes. Absolutely. And it's not just in the EU, it's in all international cooperation. Small states can influence decision making, it can, it's very possible to punch above your weight. But it requires investment, and it requires cooperation, and it requires diplomacy. And small states who are successful know that. But the answer is, of course, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I was just wondering because Dr. Bonikowska mentioned one of the, I'm actually representing the institution that is located in this country, Hungary. And it's exactly what you said, of course, you can agree or disagree with the almost previous government, but it's exactly what you said. I think there are certain countries that are rather small, but they are not playing in its own weight. I think, if we look at their influence, or at least like the, in a way, trial to influence, I think that's quite something. So that was my question regarding the small states, not just in Europe, but all around the place. Thank you.
Very frank, that this order or correction of the world system is necessary, and obviously global South countries may not be happy with the order which was created after the Second World War, rightly, fair enough, let's correct it, but no one likes world without order, because it creates problems for everybody. So the world order will not be decided by only small states. We need big powers to realize that. And I think the challenge is this one, that now we have certain big powers who don't realize that.
Maybe also this example, you asked for the influence of small states. The smallest state within European Union is Luxembourg. It does not even have 500,000 inhabitants. But I think it had already 3 times the president of the Commission. So it really was at the very top of the organization. And it certainly influenced also the politics quite a bit. Why? Because they engaged themselves. They knew that they could not do almost anything being located between France and Germany and Belgium, okay? So far, they really invested into the organization. And that's what we should do. If you really try to have influence, of course you have to start with yourself. I think the most important thing will be partnership. And partnership is a word, you know, that comprises not only a good relation with others, but also your own stance. You have to develop your own stance and then go to the others and try to bring it in. Give and you will be given. This is the principle. And this works out. Of course, we also have to admit size matters. Bigger countries generally will have bigger influence than very small ones. But you can make your share. This is the important message you have. And what you get is, of course, also all the protection. Just look, you know, when Donald Trump is, I don't know, raising the tariffs for the import of goods 25%, 50%, 100%. What would you do as a country with 5 or 10 million people? Hardly anything you can do. But when you are a member of a union that consists out of 450 million people, okay, there is some weight. And then you can also give a response in such a situation. And this is the big difference. And this means that we have to work on not only on cooperation, but on partnership. We have to defend also international organizations as long as they are working. And we have to try, you know, to activate ourselves. As long as you are just following the principles other nations more or less will present to you, then you will not have any influence. And I think quite a few nations now have learned that it will be necessary to change it, to go your own way, to lessen dependencies on others. And I only can admire, really I have to say this, Armenia, in such a situation the country was in history, to find a new way, to be able, you know, to take the consequences. Because you also have to be aware not only for politics, but also for economy. Your neighbors will be absolutely important. May I tell you also, once again, an example from my own home country. We have two big neighbors. This is Germany. Round about 1/3 of our exports go to Germany, imports the same. Number 2 is Italy, also a bigger state. And we have a lot of smaller states, Switzerland, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia. And the small states, they all together only have between 35 and 40 million inhabitants. But their importance for our trade is higher than the trade with America, with China, with Russia, with India and Japan together. Why? Why? Because, of course, almost all our countries do have small and medium-sized companies. Only big companies can go overseas, but also small and medium-sized companies can go cross-border. And insofar, it is very important, you know, to shape your own environment. And this means, you know, not only to have neighbors and to live in good neighborhood, but if it is possible, to go into an institution that can make common rules for all of them. And then it will work. Insofar, we have enough reasons, you know, to go into the future with quite some self-awareness, but also not a self-awareness, but also the impression that we have to activate ourselves. Do something and you will see there will be consequence. A consequence of your own doing. Go forward, bring your own organization forward, and you will have influence.
Thank you. Director Fried, you were waiting patiently, so please, the floor is yours.
No, but thank you. Maybe also I feel an urge to say that, I mean, international law reflects not necessarily how the world, you know, of today works, but maybe perhaps more how we want it to work. So it's a reflection of our common aspirations, right? And multilateralism in that sense is us. It's not someone else or somewhere else. And I think it's time for small states to also, and small and medium-sized states to also acknowledge that their national interest is international cooperation. And this is what my colleagues here in the panel are saying. Even imperfect multilateralism is better than how things are evolving at right now as we speak. But multilateralism has always been a dynamic of individual states, you know, going, you know, taking the lead, or coalition of the willing, taking initiatives, and the reliance on international and multilateral institutions to facilitate and to work. So we always had that type of dynamic. And alliances, corporations have never been more important than now. We need to reshape them in order for them to function for us, because I think multilateralism is foremost, it has a function for us, right? But there is also a certain point, and I think maybe this is my call to small and medium states. There's a certain point when a reaction to a trend becomes part of the trend. And so if we don't want more democracy decline, if we don't want more big powers deciding over us, we have to stop playing someone else's game as well. And we can see that in terms of how all of us are putting national interests before multilateral interests or international interests. We can see it in the arms race. You know, we participate in the arms race and we call it a reaction to someone else's arms race, but we're part of that arms race as we do it. And it comes in withdrawal from international conventions, or the hesitation to act on climate change. We become part of a trend, and that's a choice we have to make. It's no longer a reaction to someone else's actions. It's our actions, and we form that trend together. And just to build on your story of traffic, you know, you're never stuck in traffic. You are traffic, right? And when you have traffic accidents, you don't throw out all the rules, right? You reshape them. And I think this is a wake-up call to small, medium states. You know, if we want another order, we have to shape that order. We cannot sit, you know, back and wait for someone else to shape it. It's not the time for reactions, it's time for actions. And if we unite, be it in the Nordic region, in the European region, be it in the ECOWAS region in Western Africa, or on IGAD on East Africa, and SADC in Southern Africa, if it's ASEAN, or if it's right here where we are at the moment in South Caucasus, I mean, if we come together and decide on what type of play, what type of playbook, what type of rules do we want to have, we can shape them.
And following maybe one more thing which is known for, you know, ancient times, but maybe it's worth quoting, that not always the biggest wins. No. It's David and Goliath's story. Sometimes, you know, when you are small and you are pushed to the wall, you start to be very creative and you change strategy because you have no other way. You cannot play the game of the big because you don't have cards, but you can play some other game. And I think this is an interesting moment Europe is also in. We have also realized that we cannot continue the game we were playing before. So we have to reorganize our thinking. And that's the moment we realize that, it's the beginning of a good change, because we are starting to create, to look for new rules, new methods, new ways that we, which are not the biggest, which is not, sometimes we are the smallest even in the group, but we have chances to prevail.
I'm sorry. I need to I need to cut you right now because we have more or less 10 minutes left. So I will just ask a very last question from my side to our dear panelists, and then I will give the floor to the audience. So you will have now a couple of minutes to think about the question that you would like to ask to our panelists. So my, in a way, closing question to you would be, because, you know, we have all of these ideas that we should act, you know, this is the moment, we can shape the ideas. We are the traffic, we are not stuck in traffic. So what comes next? President, you have mentioned that there will be kind of a reaction, there must be a reaction. So my question would be to all of you, and I would like to start with Prime Minister, like what comes next and what should be the reaction?
No, what comes next, I think that we are learning, and you know, this game is made by the powerful country, the most powerful country, and even we are expecting, we are a force of influence, but it will happen when they realize that the chance and the only solution for everyone is to recognize the chance and the right to everyone to exist, and to raise a system which is more balanced, or let's say to upgrade the existing system. My own opinion today is what we are living. We lived many examples these last 2 decades. The war in Iraq, in Afghanistan. We saw what happens in Gaza. We was all silent about this double standard and the problem as though we generate today in Iran. I think that even the powerful country will get the lessons from that. That we can be the powerest in the world, and we can beat, we can bomb, we can kill, we can dominate, but we can lose. And we certainly lose. If you see what is happening today, maybe we will not lose the military battle, but we will lose on other fields, on economy, on finance, on the social, on the problems, on the conflicts, on the internal political conflicts. Many problems could emerge. We saw what happens in Iraq. 20 years after, we were there arguing that we are bringing democracy. No, we destroyed the country. And we offered the country to be a field to generate other conflicts. One of them we are living in. So the next, I think, it's the lessons that will be retained, and after these conflicts, I don't believe that we will go through a generalized conflict, because we have enough weapons to destroy the life on the earth. So we will not go on that, but these big powers should have that experience, and they are having their experience, and I think we cannot avoid a table all around to discuss and to find a solution to be more calm. And those small countries have proven, even in unbalanced organization like the multilateralism that we have till now, that even through that we are able to federate our force of influence and to progress in the way that we consider it's in our interest.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President.
Yeah, let's take the example of United Nations. Of course, nobody will be able to make a very effective organization out of it as long as the permanent members of the Security Council will have veto power. Okay, will it bring anything if there is another permanent member? No, it will be the same case, just with one more member. But what could be an alternative? If the permanent members do not want to act or to react in a specific situation, I could imagine that a group of countries, let me just state a few examples, as I have said already: European Union, India, Japan, Turkey, Brazil, others, just take the names, you know. If they can organize a common statement in a specific case, also America or Russia or China cannot just go over it. Nobody, even the strongest, cannot do anything if they are isolated. But this will not be a perfect solution. But maybe it will bring us a little bit closer that people should act and would act, and that the organization can do something in some specific case. Just wait and do nothing will not be a solution. Maybe this proposal is not effective. I don't know, I'm not a specialist for United Nations. But just try to find a solution that could bring, or that could change the situation effectively, at least in some very important situation. And I'm sure this will be possible.
Thank you. Dr. Banikowska.
Well, I don't know. As I said, it's a very difficult moment we are living in, because it's always easier to live in a situation in historic times where there is certain order. Even during the Cold War, there was a very bad time, but there was certain order. And in a way it was easier, because people knew, and also political leaders knew, what the game was there to play. So I think in that particular moment we are living, there are two things necessary. Really enormous creativity in political domain. We are so creative in business. We are so creative in new technologies. What about politics? What about solving, what about proposing something which would be an upgrade for 21st century reality? So creativity which would go with the flow of people's minds, of the situation in the world, of the changing realities, because technology changes also people, and people make politics. So we have to somehow think about political innovations, political creativity, in order to, and that's the second thing, the values we based our thinking on. The values understood as a base, which we all agree we want to go for this direction, to achieve. Something which motivates all of us could be, for example, to create a better or more stable world for next generations, for our children. If we agree at least on that we want really to do that in politics, not to win with somebody, or to attack somebody, or to block someone, or be bigger or smaller, but what kind of future we want to create for our children or grandchildren. If we can agree that that is a value we are all working upon, maybe we will find some creative answer to this very complex reality we are facing.
Thank you. And Director Fried, and I'm so sorry, but I was just informed that we should be finishing already, so no pressure at all, but...
Thank you. I'll be short. I think, today we can see we're all affected by conflict. You know, conflicts that are at our borders or further away. It leads to, vulnerabilities for our national security, for food security, for energy security, economic security, and it affects all countries, big or small. And therefore, I think that eventually we will come to a point where we again need to find some predictability in how we operate and govern this planet and this world. And I think, to a certain extent, you can be pragmatic, right? But we heard in one of the opening statements yesterday that pragmatism can never be an excuse for double standards. And I think eventually we will come to understand that. And I think, therefore, the next step is somehow to start, and we have already started, with this discussion and with a lot of other discussions going on. How do we again come back to stability and predictability? And when we have that, we can again start thinking of what we aspire for. We can reiterate what we aspire for. And I think when we look at that, we will find most of it already in agreed language that we have already agreed on in different forums and in different conventions. But I think I want to end with that it comes to all of us continuing or deciding to work tirelessly to achieve that, to continue to continue to reproduce these norms and values and rules, because they are not there for granted. They are there as long as we believe in them and as long as we make them real. So that aspiration and that tirelessly work is something that we can do, knowing that it will never be perfect. But let's keep working on them. That's how they work. And it starts with all of us. Small states definitely have a crucial role, especially working together. And this is the last call. Continue to work together.
Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry to the audience because I promised you the Q&A session. Unfortunately, the time is brutal and unfair. So I would like to, from this point, thank our dear speakers for a great panel. Please join me in thanking them. And hopefully we will maybe have like an informal Q&A session after the panel. Thank you very much, and I'm wishing you a lovely evening.
We take a family photo.
Mr. David Karapetyan, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia, and Dr. Samir Saran, President of the Observer Research Foundation.
Good evening, welcome back.
Good evening, guys.
And you know, look, before I give the mic to David, who is going to in many ways be the superstar of this particular segment, please join me in applauding David and his wonderful team for the 2 days of programming and for the 3 years of the Yerevan dialogue. You know, 3 years ago, we came up with a design and a proposal for David to consider implementing in Yerevan. Last year, in many ways, we co-created that design. This year, we are enjoying that design that they have created. Next year, David is going to host the Raisina dialogue as well. so
you will host the Yerevan dialogue.
We have found the solution now. And, you know, but David, my question to you, let me start with the first question to you. Look, I saw a lot of Europe here. I saw a lot of love between Europe and Armenia, which is good, by the way. We love Europe as well. We have an FTA. But, you know, if you were to look into the future, how would you position Armenia? Is it the East? Is it the West? Or is it a bridge between different worlds? How is Armenia positioning itself in 2040?
2040? Samir, let's be honest. Armenia has spent centuries being told to choose a side. By 2040, the smarter move, I think, is not choosing at all. Armenia becomes the place where the East and West quietly meet when they're tired of arguing elsewhere. A bridge, yes, but not a passive one, more like a toll bridge and with a very good Wi-Fi. And by the way, talking about the bridge, everyone loves calling us a bridge, but bridges get walked over unless they charge tolls. Mm-hmm. In 2026, what is Armenia actually charging for? What do you think? Attention, trust, access, or something less obvious?
You know, that's a fun question, but it is a politically loaded question. In these days, no one should be talking about tolls. There's a gentleman in North America who doesn't like tolls anymore. So we should avoid any insinuation of putting tolls. But you know, there's a serious question here, and I think it's important. Tolls are access controls. Bridges enable flows. And I think we have to rethink the purpose of bridges. The purpose of bridges is not to create choke points or to price access. They're actually to enable flows that create valuations and value. And I think that's how Armenia's bridge really should be working. There is no price for access. There is valuation at the end of the bridge. You should be making Armenia the place where everyone wants to go through. The journey of their lives, of their nations, of their regions has a connection to Armenia. Armenians are the original globalizers and the original bridge for the globalized world. That's my view. Okay. But you know, let me ask you something more light. This is very deep and philosophical, and we could maybe next year's theme, toll or access or valuation. Mm-hmm. But I learned that Armenia is home to the world's oldest winery, 6,000 years old. Yeah. You were making wine before Rome was a village, before Greek had any philosophers. Does that give Armenia a particular confidence that empires come and go, but wine endures?
6,000 years of winemaking at Arani Cave tends to do one thing to your worldview. It removes urgency, first of all. So when empires arrive loudly, Armenians don't panic. Mm-hmm. They just nod and think, another limited edition historical experiment. We'll still be here after fermentation. And we prove you don't need a massive economy to host global debates. Mm-hmm. Is that inspiring or slightly uncomfortable for larger countries that assumed influence came up with size?
Look, David, when we met for the first time, and I remember it was at the Marriott at Republic Square, and when we were having coffee and discussing the future of our partnership, I remember telling you, Armenia is a small country with a big heart and a grand vision. Global platforms require that big heart and a grand vision. And I have seen over the last 3 years that your Prime Minister has come here onto the stage and has laid out a plan, connectivity being central to peace, to prosperity, to regional stability. I have seen him make the case for it. And in year 3, we have Donald Trump owning that design that I have seen on this screen 3 years ago, right? So I think that is really what nimble, agile, entrepreneurial states can do. It is not about the size, it is about your purpose. And I think Armenia's purpose is peace. And like the foreign minister said this afternoon, that people have demanded from his government peace as an outcome. Yes. And I think that is the main purpose. Big countries sometimes get distracted with too many things. Small countries have their eye on the target, which is to build something for the future. And I think Armenia will make many countries uncomfortable with what they have done at the Yerevan dialogue and what you did with the European community. But let me ask you a more direct question based on that European outreach. President Macron has called this the Armenia moment. He said this on stage here 2 days ago. Now, this is good, but we also need, investments, we need infrastructure, we need companies to also believe it is the Armenia moment. So let me ask you, David, if you had a 60-second pitch to convince a global CEO that this is the Armenia moment and to bet on Armenia, what would your pitch be? Why Armenia?
Well, Samir, if President Macron says it's the Armenian moment, who are we to argue? Especially with the French on timing and wine. But seriously, small market, yes, but that means agility. Complex region, absolutely. But that means strategic relevance. So why Armenia? 60 seconds. Because it's one of the few places where necessity drives innovation faster than PowerPoint ever could. And Yerevan dialogue feels less like a rigid summit and more like a very intelligent dinner that got slightly out of hand, I think, already. Do better conversations happen when things are a bit less scripted? What do you think?
Look, the Yerevan dialogue is like, in my view, an Armenian or an Indian dinner table. Everyone is talking, everyone wants to be heard, everyone has different opinions, and yet, amongst all of that, there is some rhythm, there is some symphony. And I think that is what is unique about the dialogue. It is not a dinner conversation. For me, actually, those of you who are going to be with us tonight, you will realize what I'm saying. It is actually a lounge. It is a policy lounge where you come, you have conversations, you make friends, you build communities, and you go through 2 days of panel discussions to attend the party David hosts on the last night. So tonight, when you come to the party, you will realize why you have been with us for the last 2 days. We have to go through conversations to get to that dinner. And that is what Yerevan is. It is a lounge. It is a policy lounge.
Yes.
But let me ask you a question about Armenia and its people. And this is something that I've always spoken to you about. There is literally a mythological, relationship between the Armenians, their ability to survive, their ability to prosper, their determination to build relationships and solutions. Now, what is it besides the wine, what is it in your culture that produces this kind of resilience?
I think that Armenians don't just survive, they edit history while surviving. It's a mix of stubbornness, some black humor, and an almost suspicious ability to rebuild things the better time, a second time. And Armenia sits in a region where everyone has strong opinions and long memories. Does that make it better moderator for global issues or not? Or just very experienced at surviving difficult group chats? What do you think?
I think, David, I think it's both. It makes it a good moderator because it has built the diplomatic muscle, namely patience. It has learned patience over time. which makes it an excellent moderator. It knows what to absorb, it knows what to ignore, it knows what to build upon. And I think that diplomatic muscle that Armenia has built up over time makes it a great moderator. But also its experience with group chats is priceless. You know, in a region which has so many opinions, such loud opinions, such difference of opinions, Armenians have learned when to speak, when to listen, and when to use the mute button on the chat and not be part of that conversation anymore. And I think that is also important to be a host, a platform, and a moderator of conversations. Leaving a conversation is as important as hosting one, and Armenians know how to do that. But look, I'm going to now ask you a couple of geopolitical questions. Okay? So they say, again, this is something that my ChatGPT told me, that there are more grandmasters per capita, chess grandmasters per capita in Armenia than anywhere else. Is that how you also practice your geopolitics? And David, do you play chess?
Yes, Armenia produces a lot of chess grandmasters. It's the only place where a child learns forks and pins before algebra. And geopolitically, let's just say Armenians are very comfortable playing a long game with multiple opponents, by the way. And do I play chess? Of course, badly, but very strategically badly.
Strategically badly.
After 2 days of navigating geopolitical, technological, and other kind of environmental storms, are we closer to a safe harbor? What do you think? Or simply more aware of how complex and unpredictable the seas have become?
Look, I think Yerevan itself is a safe harbor. It's a safe harbor for ideating the future, for disagreeing, for trying to create a concert of perspectives, trying to put together a mosaic through the kaleidoscope of ideas that have been presented to all of us, and doing that in a place where all of us can still be friends, still be a community, still be together, even as we look at the world through our own respective individual prisms. So I think Yerevan is the safe harbor, and yes, we have discovered that safe space. But I don't think we are seeking safe harbors. We are seeking riding the storm. We are seeking how do we manage calmer seas? How do we build for the future where we can actually bet on predictable navigation through the waters that will take us to better lives and to a prosperous future. And I think for that, what Yerevan Dialogue does is allows us to be real. I think this place allows us to be honest, allows us to celebrate the heterogeneity of thought, of ideas, of realities. We are not the same. The 20th century project was built upon convincing us that everyone was the same, and therefore one solution and one size can fit all. The Yerevan Dialogue tells us that we are not the same, and yet we can work together for the one future that awaits all of us. So we have to work and walk with our differences rather than obliterate it. So I think we need navigable seas, but we need the waves that are unique and different. But let me ask you the final question. Every culture claims to be very hospitable, hospitality is great, food is great, wine is great, people are nice. Armenians are excellent there. And I'm telling you, it's true. It's true. So please applaud to all my Armenian friends. Look, there is no crisis in the world that can prevent Armenians from standing up in a restaurant at 9 p.m. and start dancing. I mean it. Every time I've come and you've had crisis all around, people just stand up and dance. They celebrate the fact that they live. Tomorrow is a new day. Tomorrow is a different day. I love that. But let me ask you, amongst all your wonderful things that you produce, there is something called cognac. Right? So let me ask you a question. Is cognac diplomacy a thing?
Well, first of it, eat chorovat, our barbecue, because diplomacy is slightly easier when you're a bit overfed. Drink Armenian cognac, as you mentioned, historically proven to improve even the toughest negotiations. Experience a long and planned conversations that starts with politics and ends with someone insisting you to visit their cousin's house. And it's cognac diplomacy real, Let's put it this way. No serious disagreement has ever survived the third toast. And my final question to you, Samir. Be honest, please. Are people coming to Yerevan dialogue for the ideas, the geopolitics, or because they've heard the conversations continue long after the official agenda ends?
I think that question has the answer. I think what happens in Yerevan does not stay in Yerevan, and that's why people come to Yerevan. The Yerevan spirit infects conversations far beyond. And I think that's why they come here, because the friendships we form, the relationships we build, the understanding we gain allows us to participate with a different perspective and posture in many of our other conversations. But without doubt, I think there is something unique about the discussions we have here. There is something very special about a region determined to change its course and to build a future that takes everyone along. This itself is inspiring. I think the story of Armenia trying to piece together a new future is itself an inspiration to many of us to go back to our own geographies and work towards a better tomorrow. So what happens in Yerevan does not stay in Yerevan. Please take this spirit outside Yerevan and infect everyone around the world. So, David, thank you so much for hosting us. Your final thoughts.
Thank you, Samir.
Karapetyan, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, dear friends, it's already the third year that Armenia hosts the Yerevan Dialogue, gradually emerging as a vital hub where ideas, regions, and perspectives converge to shape the conversations of tomorrow. As we conclude the 2026 Yerevan Dialogue, one theme, our theme, Riding Through the Storms, has proven both timely and essential. These discussions have underscored that while global landscape remains volatile, our collective resilience provides steady hand needed to navigate it. It is my hope that you depart with a heightened sense of our shared responsibilities and clear vision for the path ahead. The choices we make today will not only shape the future of the South Caucasus, but will define our collective trajectory in a rapidly evolving world. And yet, if there is one thread connecting every discussion, from democratic resilience to AI, governance and connectivity, energy transition and peace building, it is this: fragmentation is not a destiny, it's a condition, and conditions can be shaped. We have explored the emergence of a multipolar world, one defined not only by shifting balances of power, but by new forms of influence, technology, data, supply chains, and connectivity. In this evolving landscape, the question is no longer whether change is happening, but whether governance can keep pace with it. The tension between strategic autonomy and strategic alignment, so central to our discussions, reflects a deeper dilemma. Can states preserve sovereignty while remaining meaningfully integrated into global systems? Can cooperation survive in an era of competition? Throughout this dialogue, one idea has consistently emerged. The South Caucasus is no longer merely a space between larger powers. It is a region with the potential to shape outcomes. Connectivity initiatives, from transport routes to digital infrastructure, shouldn't be seen as projects made of brick, mortar, or coding. They should be viewed as instruments of trust capable of redefining geography itself. Another defining theme has been the future of democracy in our era, shaped by artificial intelligence and hybrid threats. Technology is transforming not only economies and security systems, but the very fabric of public trust. Disinformation, cognitive manipulation, and algorithmic influence are risks that could undermine our values. For small and medium-sized states, these questions are existential. How does one navigate a world where rules are contested and enforcement uncertain? How can sovereignty be preserved when asymmetries of power continue to widen? And perhaps this is where our theme resonates most strongly. Riding through the storm does not mean avoiding them. It means developing the resilience, partnerships, and clarity of purpose to move forward despite them. Before concluding, let me extend our sincere appreciation to our partners who helped make this dialogue possible. Observer Research Foundation, Concordia Summit, Kazimir Pulaski Foundation, GlobSec, Center for Analysis, Planning and Strategy, German Marshall Fund, GLAD Strategic Forum, Delphi Economic Forum, Forum for Information and Democracy, and Global Focus Center. We are equally grateful for the support of our partners, PMI Science, Ineco Group, Unibank, Team Telecom Armenia, as well as Fastbank, GTB Holdings, and Public Television of Armenia for broadcasting this event. But first of all, I want to thank my government and the Prime Minister, my Foreign Affairs Minister, that continue to believe in this forum and granting us the possibility to have another one next year. Their commitment to this initiative is deeply appreciated. Dear colleagues, storms test systems. They expose weaknesses, but they also clarify priorities and reveal those willing to lead. The real measure of this dialogue is we take away from it. And if we may add a lighter note, after 2 days of very stormy discussions, I invite you to dock your ships for the evening and join us at our party, where conversations can take place at more relaxed harbor. Thank you, and I look forward to getting to know you all better this evening, and come back next year. Thank you very much.